Oh
But
yeah. All
I
right.
meant to say, if you were sharing this presentation you are providing today.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm considering sharing that because simply because, you know, it's educational and again, what everybody need is they still need everyone's still going to like what y'all what the people have paid for, what they're donated for comes after this presentation. No one donated $500 just for this presentation. No, what you donate $500 for was the other 8 hours that come after this, and then the calls that I'm gonna have to schedule with you guys and making sure that everything is done right. That's what that's and that takes time, and that takes more of your time as well. Because this ain't no oh, here you go, sign, sign, sign. All right, now everything's good, right? No, it's bigger than that, more than that. And so this is the beginning of me laying down the foundation. I'm laying down the foundation, and everyone's going to be on the same page. And so this is information that everyone needs to know prior to doing their status correction, so that you won't ask the wrong questions. We're gonna go over everything so that I resolve any type of doubts or concerns or misconceptions, whatever the case is, we're about to go over it today. And so we're gonna have the questions after the class. So let's not while I'm doing the presentation, everybody gonna keep their mics muted, and I'll just mute you if it's unmuted on accident or whatever the case is, just so we can have a clean presentation. Let's make sure that everybody's getting in. Uh,
Um, just a small question.
mhm.
Um, is this the first time you provide this service? I mean, have you uh, directed courses before in regards to this
Oh, I
topic?
have a mentee program. So I got I do Zooms in my mentee program, like 3 times a week, 2 or 3 times a week. So I'm saying this is not the first course. This is not the first course I done created because I do, I do litigation stuff. I've been doing law for 10 years. I done sued in state court, federal court. I done briefs. I done argued against Pam Bondi in the 11th Circuit Court of Appeal. I done sued judges. I done sued the city of Jacksonville. I done sued state officials. Like I ain't new to litigation. I'm not new to law. So, but this is my first time of me offering something to the public as far as status correction because you know um before I teach anything, I make sure to understand everything. I make sure that I'm comfortable. For one, I have to see everything all the way through before I start teaching. And
Understand.
and and I got and then even the bonds that I use that the foundation of the bonds that I create and that I'm giving, I've already tested these bonds. Like we've already put these bonds through bankruptcy court for one of the clients that I have. So I even know I know what like when I put something out, I know it's going to check out. Why? Because I got a case number where I can reference where it checked out in that case, and so they can't. So now I can give myself due process. They can't deny it because I got evidence. And so like I said, I litigate, and so I build my evidence. I get evidence, and then from there I give myself due process.
I see. So you are gonna um, keep this group separated from the mentee program you have, the T 90 days?
Yeah, because this the mentee this is the status correction. This is a part of the 90-day mentee program, but that had nothing to do with because in there I teach lawsuits, exclusive equity, like as far as doing pleadings and equity, quiet titles, drafting up lawsuits from everything, and discrimination, 1983. Then I'm gonna get into the blockchain stuff because I'm the creator of a cryptocurrency. So I'm gonna that's but that's later on. Towards the latter end of the program. And so it's a lot of things I cover in there over more than just a status correction, but the status correction is a part of that program because that's what you ultimately, in order to move in exclusive equity, you need a status correction.
Definitely. Because that includes the creation of the trust and all the tools to provide service on that area, right?
Yeah. All right. Let me check my messages, make sure everybody got in 1 second.
Well, what I could say from my end is, I really thank you for the opportunity first. And I've been tracking this information for a while now. Um, I'm not an expert, but I think I've covered a lot ground in terms of awakening here in America. I'm not from here, as you can tell, but I study law outside the America a little bit. Couldn't finish it, but having that niche helped me to dig a little bit of into the questioning that were circulating around. I think this movement, if I could call this topic a movement, is getting expanded really quick. Is getting
Gotcha.
momentum and
All right. That's that
proportions.
100. Hey, but hold on. We about to get ready to start. So we gonna say everything, all the questions, comments for towards the end since this has been recorded. So I don't wanna but yeah. No, I appreciate you though, bro, for sharing. Um yeah, for everybody that's naturalized, it all works the same. You just gotta get it authenticated, So because again, I already dealt with someone that was naturalized that became they went down the American State National path, but either way, still they were naturalized, and that's she was actually the one I put in bankruptcy, and where I tested her bonds out and stuff. So it was a good case. But yeah, so let Bismillah, without further ado, let's get this thing on the road because this is a lot of slides. All right, Bismillah, status correction overview class from legal fiction to living steward, reclaiming your estate through divine trust. Okay. Trustee Kafil-Hamim Quaiyum. This is for the Tunsill Redemption Trust. All right. Why you're here. Awaken to the truth. Reclaiming what was taken through trust. The world is governed by constructive trust formed through fraud and presumption. You were registered at birth into a commercial system under presumption of death. Your remedy lies in trust law, exclusive equity, and lawful redemption. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. That's John 8:32. And indeed, Allah or God commands you to render trust to whom they are due. Quran 4:58. Also, I will be using both biblical, meaning Torah, Psalms, Gospel reference, and Quranic references. This country is under the friendship, the peace and friendship treaty, the Morocco Peace and Friendship Treaty. For all those who don't know, and that treaty definitely is definitely governed by the Quran. That treaty start with in Arabic Bismillah, and so that's a treaty that is still active right now, and so therefore. This country is very, very well aware that they're in a Quranic contract with another country because it was Morocco that recognized this constitution. It was Morocco that gave them safe passage through the seas and stuff to give them protection. So they sought protection, invoking the name of Allah. So I use that throughout this presentation because it all ties in. Because again, they're in contract right now today, so it's relevant, very relevant. Because it's like when you know what kind of contract they're in, and then you know what, like if you know the flow of that scripture, which is scripture, it's a book of law, so then you know like what governs the spirit of that contract and what they can and cannot do, what they weren't supposed to do. So, as far as I'm concerned, both Morocco and the United States are they both in violation. They both doing wrong. But we'll talk about that later. Anyways, I just wanted to throw that out there. Disclaimer. All right, let's go. The foundation, constructive trust govern the world. The world you live in is not what it seems. You were not born free. You were registered into a system that sees you as property. Constructive trusts are not created by your consent. They are imposed by law to control your estate under presumption. The birth certificate is the instrument of your commercial entrapment. It acts as a bond that securitizes your life force. Through legal alchemy, you are deemed dead in law, a ward of the state, unless and until you rebut the presumption. Important note, guys, the birth certificate is held in constructive trust by the state. They claim they are protecting your property from fraud, but they are profiting off of it as surety. Now, in case y'all didn't know, y'all could check out my social media, but I have a copy of my birth certificate and the CUSA report that went to it, and then the fact that I filed a 1099A and two Bs where I claimed equitable interest for my birth certificate, and I list the state of Florida as the debtor or the borrower, and they sign a W-9, send me back confirmation of receipt and all that kind of stuff. So it's like I already have evidence. I already have the evidence, to prove that the birth certificate has been held in constructive trust and is collateralized because I claim some of the interest that it generated from their collateralization of it. So this is not a conspiracy. It just is. It's the facts. I got the facts sitting right here in my office, and it's posted on my social media. And so I don't never care and ain't never worried about no three-letter agency coming to bother me because I will liquidate them all. That's how, because I litigate. See, knowing how to litigate is some of the most powerful knowledge on earth because I know how to give myself due process. I got the evidence, and then the rest is just due process and time. So I'm just putting that out there too, because I ain't just talking. I don't need anybody thinking I'm just talking. You were registered into commercial death. Your entry into this world was marked by a silent claim over your soul. The Sestue Que Vi Act of 1666 laid the foundation. If you do not show proof of life, the state assumes control over your estate. In 1913 through 1935, the United States perfected this system. Birth certificates began recording souls as commercial property. Social security numbers linked you to debt obligations. Emergency Banking Act of 1933 made your body the collateral for national bankruptcy. What it means: you were issued a straw man, a legal fiction, in all caps, Kafil-Hamim Quaiyum Tunsill. Now, on some birth certificates, it may be an upper lowercase spelling. Everybody may not have all caps. Does not take away from the fact that it's still a straw man, it's still an ens legis, it's still an entity recorded on commercial paper, it's bonded, and it's collateralized, securitized. So whether your particular birth certificate it expresses itself in all caps or upper lower, it's still referring to the ens legis, just so you know. Okay, this is so now you were issued a straw man. It can be it is taxed, regulated, mortgaged, and assumed to be used. This is the constructive trust. You are the unseen beneficiary while the state acts as unauthorized trustee. And that's exactly why I listed the state of Florida and on that 1099-8. And that's exactly why they responded, confirming. They didn't push back. They signed off on a W-9. Now, your only remedy is trust law, exclusive equity, and redemption. You cannot fight your way out of presumption through argument. You must rebut it in honor through superior claim and divine contract. Trust law is the only lawful remedy because it operates in equity, not statute. It is recognized globally and eternally. It reflects Allah's model of Amana, or God. You call him God, you call him Yahweh, the Most High. Just know that I'm referring to the God of Moses, the God of the creation, so that no one has any express any type of bias inside their heart. I'm talking about the God of Moses, God of Abraham, the God of Jesus. I'm talking about the same one God, guys. So just throwing that out there too. All right. So you must rebut the presumption of civil death with an affidavit of status. Form a superior trust that reflects your divine standing. Redeem your estate using lawful money and private credit under 12 USC 411. Stand as trustee, not debtor, within the private realm. Only equity recognizes your living soul. Statute only sees only your straw man. Now, spiritual and scriptural alignment. Biblical scripture. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. That's John 8:32. Quranic revelation. Indeed, Allah commands you to render trust to whom they are due. It's Quran 4:58. And this means you are not the owner of your body, your estate, or your gift. Allah is, or God is, the Most High. God is the owner of everything. But He gave us dominion. So that that's just what it is. We have dominion over the heavens and the earth, and we exercise our power with our free will. But God is the true owner. We could check out here any day. So you are the trustee, required to act in equity, render account, and discharge your duties honorably. The system has wrongfully claimed your trust, but you are now called to reclaim it by divine authority. Now, the summary of those few slides that I just talked about. You were born into a system that commodified your existence, but you are not a commodity. You are a living trustee of divine trust. Today, you learn how to reclaim your name, your estate, and your purpose. Again, when God breathed into you something of his energy, he granted you, he entrusted you with life force. He gave you free will. And with that free will, he gave you dominion over the heavens and the earth. You have no business living in servitude to nobody. Period. All right. Make sure that I'm on the right slide. Cool. All right. The timeline of enslavement, legal history that binds you. All right. So these are the key dates, guys. These are the key dates that we have to pay attention to. The year 1666, event, the Sestway-K-Vi Act. Impact, civil death equals you're presumed lost at sea. The state becomes the trustee. This act, when during that time when people were actually at sea, the state that they presumed that they held the person's property and constructive trust, and so until you came back from sea, you're presumed dead, and so you had to come back and claim your estate, and so they took the framework of that and then they applied it uh, during the event of your birth, with the use of the birth certificate and issuing the social security number, all that kind of stuff. But civilly, you're presumed lost at sea until you claim the interest in that instrument that they created. They're only able to do this if you attach your existence to their state issued birth certificate. They can't do it without it. All right. So the 1871 DC Organic Act, the U.S. becomes a municipal corporation. 1913 Federal Reserve Act. This is when the debt-based system or your labor became collateral. 1915 The birth certificates, estate probated, straw man all caps created. 19. So just notice, right after they created the money system, they created the birth certificates, and then 1933 is the Emergency Banking Act. They seized the gold, and then they used the man as the surety for as the surety for national debt. In 1935, the Social Security Act, which is they use the Social Security number to tie you to the debtor estate. They get you to when we get our SSN number, especially from our parents, they tell us how important it is, and then you have an emotional connection to that SSN number, and that's your Social Security number, and so right there, you have this emotional attachment, and so that's how they bind you to that debt. Now, he who controls the timeline controls the narrative. He who reclaims the truth redeems his estate. This timeline reveals how mankind was gradually converted from living trustees of the earth to sureties for national debt, with every major legislative act creating new layers of legal fiction, commercial entrapment, and equity theft. This is identity theft. What we're dealing with is identity theft and money laundering. Money laundering because the Federal Reserve Bank, they create debt that we use as currency, but they create the debt without having to back it by any physical asset. And the debt that they create, every time someone is born, they create an instrument that they can funnel more debt-based money through and create bigger accounts that they leverage and then go buy land all over the earth. But the debt, again, the money is being created out of nothing, but based off of your existence. It's money laundering. And they stole your identity to do it. All right, 1666, Testway by Act, England. All right, civil death, presumed lost at sea. The state becomes the trustee of your estate. Following the Black Plague and the Great Fire of London, the Parliament passed the Testway by Act. If a man disappeared and could not be proven alive, the state took custody of his estate in trust. This legal doctrine still governs your estate today under presumption of civil death at birth. Unless you rebut the presumption, you are considered legally dead, and the state remains trustee of your estate. Key concept is you must prove life and declare trust or remain treated as a lost chattel asset. Remember, people that have trust don't go through probate. When you have no trust, you go through probate because they have your stuff in a constructive trust. That's the evidence. Everybody's stuff as soon as you die, you dead. Your physical body is dead, but your name, but your name is still accumulating debt. They can still do things with that name because that name has always been separate from you, and it's definitely apparent after you dead, and it's people still using your estate, the name of your estate, to do things. So 1871, District of Columbia Organic Act, corporate United States, government becomes a private corporation. The republic was replaced with a municipal corporation named, all caps, the United States. This act separated the original constitutional republic from the commercial overlay. All citizens of the corporation became employees or assets subject to commercial statutes, not the organic constitution. What it means, you unknowingly became a corporate subject, not a sovereign man or woman under God. In 1913, Federal Reserve Act, private bank control. Your labor becomes collateral for national debt. It established the Federal Reserve, a private banking cartel. The U.S. government was now borrowing fiat currency at interest rather than minting its own. The people's productive energy, your labor, was collateralized to back the national debt. The real world result, you were converted into a surety instrument, human capital, not a sovereign soul. In 1915, the birth certificate registration, probate of the estate, the straw man all cap is created. Births begin being registered, not recorded. Your name in all caps is a corporate entity, a transmitting utility, which is owned by the state and used as collateral. The birth certificate is not proof of life, but a warehouse receipt for a financial instrument. The legal effect, the estate of the living soul is probated into a constructive trust without consent. (1933), the Emergency Banking Act of an Executive Order 6102, bankruptcy and gold seizure. You become the surety. President FDR declared bankruptcy of the U.S. and made it illegal for Americans to own gold. All gold was surrendered to the Federal Reserve, and the country switched to Federal Reserve notes. The government made the people the sureties for debt. Every birth was now monetized. And key law, 12 USC 411. Y'all hear me talk about that a lot. Allows redemption in lawful money, but it is not disclosed. The effect, you are a human resource, a bonded slave unless you redeem and reclaim your standing. Also, important to note, a Federal Reserve note is not a United States dollar. That instrument does not belong to the Republic. That is not our stuff. That doesn't belong to the United States corporation. That belongs to the Federal Reserve Bank, and it is a debt instrument. It is a negotiable instrument, but it is not a dollar. It is not the equivalent of a gold certificate or a silver certificate. A certificate, it had a fixed value. You can only trade it in for a certain weight. You get a real dollar is something that you take to the bank and they give you a weight, a measurement of gold, a measurement of silver. That is a dollar. What we have is a Federal Reserve note dollar owned by a foreign entity for which we had to use what the hell? Hold on. What's that? Clear. I don't know. What's that? How did that get on there? Undo. Okay. No, I'm trying to see what that writing on my screen. I'm trying to see how it got there. I think somebody, I don't know. Hey, if everybody hit clear on their screen, just in case, on the sidebar. I don't know how that got. But yeah, a Federal Reserve note, uh, it
You can
it
do
doesn't have a.
you
Hmm?
can do undo, maybe undo Control Z,
It-
and it would take that away a couple of times, maybe.
yeah. Let me see something. What in the world? Hold on. 14. Why is that? I hit undo. Everybody hit undo because I hit undo. I'm trying to figure out how that even got there. Or how anyone even have access to even do that. 1 second. There we go. Let's see. Okay. Current. All right. Okay. Y'all see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Federal Reserve notes, they don't have any fixed value. And so it's just important to know the difference between the Federal Reserve note dollar and the actual United States dollar. They're not the same. Federal Reserve notes are redeemable for lawful money. All right. Okay, 1935 Social Security Act. The debtor estate number, SSN, ties you to the trust. The Social Security number were issued as beneficiary identifiers in the government trust. Every newborn was now a beneficiary in debt, not a beneficiary in equity. The SSN combined with the birth certificate creates a triad of commercial identification. The trap, the SSN number ties your straw man to the IRS, the Treasury, and the global debt servitude. And you the one that and you claim all your life, you claim that as yours. So therefore, you have a debt that you have to pay until you change and rebut it. And a summary: every legal act from 1666 to 1935 moved you further away from your original trust relationship with God or law and deeper into commercial captivity. They gave you a name, a number, and a fiction, and declared you a debtor. But through divine trust, equity, and redemption, you now rise as a trustee and steward of truth. What is a constructive trust and why it controls you? Imposed by equity to protect your estate presumed lost, the birth certificate equals a commercial bond held in constructive trust. You only escape, your only escape is rebutting the presumption of civil death, creating a superior trust, and tendering lawful payment through redemption. It's nothing but an act of law. It's like you have a piece of paper that's in court, but the piece of paper doesn't belong to anyone in court, but because it has a name on there, it says someone else is the owner, and so because you're not there to claim it, the court or the state, they hold it in quote unquote constructive trust, so that there's no unjust enrichment. They do it to preserve equity, but it's all a scheme because they knew that it was created without your knowledge, and they hold it in constructive trust so that they can have unjust enrichment. That's the kicker. So, definition: a constructive trust is not created by agreement, consent, or contract. It is imposed by equity to prevent unjust enrichment. But in today's commercial system, it is being weaponized to hold your estate without your knowledge. Black Law Dictionary's sixth edition. A constructive trust is a trust implied by law to rectify wrongdoing or prevent unjust enrichment. But when your very existence is treated as a commercial trust without your consent, this becomes an abuse of equity, a violation of divine law, and the foundation of spiritual and legal slavery. Your birth certificate equals a commercial bond. The state has securitized your name and collateralized your future, all under a constructive trust. The birth certificate is not a record of life. It is a warehouse receipt representing property you held in trust by the state. It functioned as a commercial instrument, bonded asset, evidence of a constructive trust where the state is trustee and you are presumed beneficiary, yet treated as debtor. Held by the vital statistics, your all cap is monetized, bonded, and traded through treasury accounts. They claim to protect your estate, but are actually using it as collateral for debt issuance. And again, that's why I have that thing pinned on my Facebook, and it's also posted on my Instagram, but it's not pinned, where I show that the value of how much my birth certificate was being collateralized, and the fact that I claimed it and got a response from the state of Florida and them signing a W-9. Like, I don't need any more evidence to prove this statement that I'm proving right here. I got the evidence. So like I put that up there so we can end any debates, any doubts about whether or not they truly securitizing this, because they is. And that's fine, because we're gonna claim back our estate and our equitable interest in due time. All right. The trap. Why it controls you. You never rebutted the presumption of civil death, the Statutory que vi 1666. So they act as trustee. They file on your behalf. They tax, fine, and imprison you through the legal fiction. You are presumed incompetent, legally dead, a subject to administrative jurisdiction. This is why you cannot correct your status by forms alone. It must be done through trust, equity, and lawful redemption. Again, correcting your status must be done through trust, period. The only escape is redemption through equity. To collapse a constructive trust, you must execute the lawful and superior remedy. The courts won't tell you this, but equity demands honor, remedy, and evidence of superior claim. Only a valid trust based in truth and equity can collapse or override a constructive trust. Again, that's why everybody, we all have to acknowledge God, because even the wrongdoers acknowledge God. That's why on the back of that Federal Reserve note it say, "In God we trust." They couldn't have, no one would have put faith in that paper without God being referenced. Period. So your escape requires 3 steps. Step 1, rebut the presumption of civil death through affidavit, declaration, and public notice. You prove you are alive, conscious, and in equity. Execute your affidavit of status correction. Record your deed of reconveyance and act of expatriation. File public notices in newspapers and with state officials. So we're going through all of this, guys. But again, everyone will be getting all of the forms. And so it's like you're going to get everything together and you're going to record everything together. And so you ain't got to worry about whether or not, oh, am I going to have to get it? No, all of this is coming with this course and the other videos explaining each form. I already got other classes where I explain each form literally and then read through the form. Like it's going to be impossible to get confused, because I'm real good at conveying stuff. You just got to pay attention and clear your mind. Now, you want to file the public notices in newspapers and with state officials. And then that website I use, medium.com, MED as in dog, IUM.com. That's a free website. It's like 120 million visitors or viewers or users they have a month. And so that's another way to give legal constructive trust to make something public alongside of doing the newspapers.
Could you repeat the website again, please?
Medium.com. I'll go over MEDIUM, like medium, large, small, medium, large, medium.com. And you can do 3 free posts a day, or you can pay like $15 a month and do like unlimited or whatever. But for a free account, you can do 3 free posts, public publishings a day. Now, step 2, create a superior trust structure. He who comes to equity must come with clean hands and a superior claim. A properly executed redemption trust, a private irrevocable trust, carries divine jurisdiction. For me, I'm using Quranic law. Priority standing as secured party. evidence of beneficial interest and superior title. Create a covenant trust to establish your divine claim and a revocable living trust to manage your affairs. The three-tier structure. So this is my three-tier structure. So, like for instance, before I talk about this, I have everybody might know my Servant Humanity Trust, then the Tunsill Revocable Living Trust, and this new Tunsill Redemption Trust. That's my three-tier trust setup where the Servant Humanity Trust and the Tunsill Redemption Trust are both irrevocable covenant trusts with God as the grantor. Because again, you read scripture, God is our redeemer. He is our rock. So anyone that believe in God know that God is their redeemer. And so your trust must reflect that. Again, we are on a path of self-actualization. And so when as God continues to guide us, we discover things. There's nothing new under the sun. We're just rediscovering things that were lost. And so the both of the irrevocable trust, the Servant Humanity Trust that has overall is a silent lien holder or a whole silent interest over everything. It won't be filed, won't be named in the UCC1, but the Redemption Trust is going to be the lien holder filed on the UCC1, which we'll talk about later throughout the slides. But both of those two trusts are irrevocable. God is the grantor, and the revocable living trust, you are the grantor, but they all private, non-statutory. So now, step 3, when you have your trust created, tender lawful payment via redemption. Equity abhors for a forfeiture, but it demands performance. You must redeem the bond attached to your name, not with FRNs, fiat, but with lawful money under 12 U.S.C. 411, private indemnity and offset bonds, tender of subrogation from your redemption trust. This redeems the obligation, collapses the trust, and removes the fiction's authority to act on your behalf. Now, equity maxims that support your escape. Equity looks to the intent, not the form. Equity regards that as done, which ought to be done. Equity will not allow a wrong without a remedy. Equity acts in personam. Only the living can assert it. Equity abhors a forfeiture. You are not bound to remain a debtor. The constructive trust is only powerful until truth, trust, and equity are lawfully asserted. Summary for those: you're not a dead entity. You are not lost at sea. You are not a debtor. You are the living man ordained by Allah, by God, the Most High. Some say Yahweh. Just know that you can invoke him by many names, but he's the one that created us all. So you are the living man ordained by the Most High to act in truth, equity, and divine trust. It is you who must ratify that within your heart. So I can't believe for you, and it's also another disclaimer. Like what I do, I truly believe. I move in sincerity. And I'm not trying to get one over on God. And so this is not, I don't teach ways to do wrong. What we really are doing is we're doing what we're divinely supposed to be doing. This is what I truly believe in my heart. And that's why I put myself out there like that. So just know that. So anyone that has any ill intent or trying to get one over on God, I cannot protect you from the laws of this universe, cause and effect. So everything governed by cause and effect, and a man is going to be judged by the intent of his heart. So don't ever think you can outsmart God. He will collapse your trust if you're trying to do something wrong. Why a trust? Because you cannot own yourself. You are the living man, not a corporate fiction. To own yourself equals slavery, but you can declare a trust to hold your estate. Separate yourself from the straw man. This is equity, not ownership. You are the trustee of your divine mission. You're not a product. You're not a debtor. You are the living trustee of a divine estate. Your duty is stewardship, not ownership. You are the living man, not a corporate fiction. The real you was never the all caps name. That is the ens legis, a legal fiction created as a debtor trust at birth. The living soul made by Allah, God, is beyond statute, code, or commercial contract. The world labels you as defendant, taxpayer, borrower, driver, debtor, but all these apply only to the fiction. If you respond to that name without trust correction, you consent to being treated as property under corporate jurisdiction. You go into court, when you go into the court, they ask you, they before they even start the session, they ask, especially when you're doing criminal procedures, they ask you to identify yourself, and then they state a name, and then they say, "Is this you?" And every last person in there say yes. So you just consented and gave away everything. That's why see they're locked up because they said that was them and it really wasn't. But they didn't know. They didn't know. They didn't know any better. But that's what's going on. Now, to own yourself equals slavery. A man who claims to own himself legally becomes both master and slave, a contradiction under law and a violation under Allah, under God. God is the owner of us all. So now, under both divine law and trust law, you cannot be your own property. The 13th Amendment outlawed slavery, yet people still act as if they own themselves. Legally, ownership implies control of a thing, but you are not a thing. You are a soul. You can't own your body. God does. Indeed, to Allah belongs whatsoever is in the heavens and the earth. That's in Quran 228, Surah 2, 284. So to declare ownership over yourself is to unknowingly reinforce your status as chattel. So you don't want to be claiming ownership of nothing. It's not good to have an idea of wanting to own anything, especially when God owns everything. It's like you challenging God's authority by saying you own something. And that's a thing of the ego. You stroking your own ego by claiming ownership of anything. Trust me, it's ego. But you can declare a trust to hold your estate. What you cannot own, you can control. That is the law of equity and the will of Allah, the will of God. Trust law gives you the perfect lawful remedy. You create a private trust where the estate, the straw man or all cap, becomes property of the trust. The trustee, you, acts in fiduciary honor. The beneficiaries may include your family, your cause, your mission. This transforms your relationship with the system from the subject to fiduciary. And the trust is going to be ultimately the fiduciary, but you, the trustee, acting in honor for the fiduciary, which is the trust. So now you are from debtor to secure party, from ward to executor, secure party by being the trustee of the trust that's securing you. Control through trust is lawful. Ownership of self is not. Now, you separate yourself from the straw man, all caps names. When you act in the name, and that's my full name, all caps, Kafil-Hamim Quaiyum Tunsill, the system assumes you are the ens legis and you are treated accordingly. But when you assign the estate into your redemption trust and act only as trustee, you remove personal liability, rebut presumption of wardship, establish jurisdiction in private equity. You record your affidavit of status, assign the estate via UCC, and let the trust carry the burden. This is equity, not ownership. Equity does not, okay, yeah. In equity, ownership is an illusion. Stewardship is the divine reality. Equity does not concern itself with title. It honors intent, responsibility, and duty. By moving your estate into trust, you avoid unlawful presumption of ownership. Establish lawful control without liability. Align yourself with divine imana. Imana is Arabic for trusteeship. Your power lies not in claiming ownership, but in declaring fiduciary control under divine jurisdiction. You are the trustee of your divine mission. Indeed, we offered the trust to the heavens and earth and the mountains, and they declared to bear it. But man undertook to bear it. Indeed, he was unjust and ignorant. Quran 33:72. This trust is not only legal, it is spiritual. You were born into a world of contracts, but only one contract matters. That's your covenant with Allah or with God, the Most High. When you create a covenant trust, irrevocable, divine, operate through a redemption trust, commercial interface, and maintain a revocable living trust, family for your family or private affairs, you step into your role as a vicegerent or a khalifa on earth, a guardian of equity, a vessel for mercy, not liability. You got to think about this. Abraham, Moses, all of them enter into a covenant. They had a covenant trust. They had an irrevocable trust covenant in writing. That's how we end up getting the commandments. Everything was in writing. And so for you to even walk in their footsteps, you should put the same belief that they had in their chest. If you have it in your chest, then you should express it in writing via irrevocable trust. And who was the grantor of that trust? The Most High. Because you were called to him and your heart listened and you responded to the call. So it's not, you didn't create it. You didn't give yourself guidance. You were guided. So therefore, you, yeah. So it's just important to remember that and to know that that's what happened, so that you can know why you're doing, why I'm saying do this, why I'm leading everyone to this. I'm not creating anything new. I'm just reminding everyone of where we came from, of the covenant we left, the covenant we never ratified. Now, a summary of the past slides. You do not own yourself. You were entrusted to yourself. You are not here to make claims. You are here to fulfill obligations. And the fulfillment begins when you accept your role as trustees of God, Allah's will. Trust is divine, Allah's model of equity. Indeed, we offered the trust to the heavens and the earth and the mountains, but they refused, and man accepted it. You are a Khalifa, not a ward. Trust allows you to hold without owning, act in honor, govern your affairs outside the public realm. Touching more on that particular verse, because again, it is a Quran that governs the friendship and peace treaty dealing with Morocco, United States. It is these type of verses that govern the spirit of that contract. So they enter a trust, and they are definitely violating the Quranic laws, definitely. And I'm not gonna let them get away with it, not never. So indeed, we offered the trust al-mana to the heavens and the earth, and 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 the mountains, but they declined to bear it and feared it. But man undertook to bear it. Indeed, he was unjust and ignorant. Now, what this means, this ayat is one of the most powerful, profound trust declarations in all scriptures. Divine confirmation that trust is not a man-made idea, but a sacred appointment from Allah, from God himself. And so every soul was offered a trust. Every soul is offered a trust, the burden of free will, truth, accountability, and dominion. And only man accepted it, meaning the free will is the evidence of the trust. The free will is the evidence of the trust, is the evidence of you being given dominion over the heavens and the earth, your free will. But man became unjust and ignorant because he forgot the purpose of the trust. And so we round here living in ignorant and doing what we want to do, and we're hurting, we only hurt ourselves through our own ignorance. So you are a Khalifa, not a ward. Verily, I am going to place a vicegerent, Khalifa, on the earth. You were not created to be subject, a citizen, or a debtor. You were created to be Khalifa, a vicegerent of God, entrusted with dominion, guided by divine law. And Al Quran, the Torah, the original Torah, original Psalms, the original gospel. And I'm saying that because I did a lot of studying in life, and I just know that once it made it to King James, things were changed when in reference to the Torah, Psalms, and Gospel. Now, the state claims you are a ward, a dependent, a minor, an incompetent person. The law declared you competent and worthy to carry the trust. So, trust is Allah's or God's structure for governance, the kingdom of heaven. It's a trust. And those who are faithful to their trust and covenants, they will be the inheritors. The divine model of governance is not democracy, not monarchy, and not commercial law. It's imana, it's trusteeship. Under this model, Allah or God is grantor, settler of the earth and everything in it. You, the living soul, are the trustee, accountable for your deeds. The beneficiaries are the poor, the orphan, the oppressed, your children, your family, and your ummah. This is divine equity, justice in action, mercy in motion. Now, trust allows you to hold without owning. So to Allah belongs whatsoever is in the heavens and the earth. Ownership implies self-sovereignty, a false claim. Trust allows you to hold and use the resources of creation and stewardship, not possession. Through trust, you do not own land, money, children, or title. You administer them as a trustee in honor, equity, and humility. This aligns you with divine law and separates you from the statutory system that binds through ownership and title. And what is it? Warren Buffett say, own nothing, control everything. See, they got the message, they got the memo. But the thing about them, the thing about most of the rich elite is they understand the laws very, very well. They hide it and they use it for financial gain. And then they put out propaganda and they keep everyone confused. And then they start wars to keep everyone in stress. Everyone's distressed and confused, and then they tax everyone through their debt slavery. So it's not like they don't know the truth. It's just that their ego wants them to be over you. Continuation. Now, act in honor. Fulfill every contract. Verily, the contract will be asked about. So God in the Quran says to fulfill your contracts. A trustee must always act in honor, in the best interest of the beneficiaries, and in good faith. Equity demands no self-dealing, no hidden agenda, complete transparency and truth. As a trustee of Allah or God, your behavior reflects your spiritual status. The state sees you as debtor. Allah sees you as a witness, one who must fulfill their imana, which is your trust. And so trust, honor is not an option. It is a sacred duty. And so everyone has a sacred duty to correct their status. You cannot complain about what they're doing, because when you start in Torah, when you start reading in the Old Testament, you see where he says to hearken. Everyone has to use their mind. And you read in Proverbs, you not you can easily become a fool when you start trying to correct fools and you start trying to convince fools and you start dealing with fools. Then you become the fool. It's like you have to take heed to all of the guidance, the wisdom that has been imparted to you through scripture. But most of us do not take heed. And so we make mistakes. And then until we get drugged long enough, then we start changing and we start accepting the truth. So govern your affairs outside the public realm. There is no compulsion in religion. Truth stands out clear from error. Quran 2:56. No such thing as an apostate. No such thing as God condemning anyone, telling anyone to kill nobody just because they different belief. Don't exist. It's a man-made concept. God never said it, ever. Not his way. Because how could he, if he gave everybody free will, and there's people right now living in the forest that ain't heard nothing about no Quran, about no Torah, about no nothing, but they still living, and they've been living there for hundreds of years. What you trying to say? What God condemned them to hell or something? Like that don't make no sense. It's illogical contradiction, not true. So, but he do tell us we have to love one another, like honor each other. So that means you have to have good behavior, treat people good, honor your contract, speak good, speak kindly. And then outside of that, you let God do what he do with who he created. Now, when you operate under trust, especially a covenant trust, which is irrevocable and divinely sourced, and a redemption trust, commerce facing interface, which is also irrevocable and divinely sourced, and your revocable living trust, which is a non-statutory private trust, that is being granted from yourself, but still in the name of God. You exit the public statutory jurisdiction and enter the realm of private equity and divine governance. You're no longer subject to U.S. codes as long as you do not voluntarily submit. This allows you to set your own law form, such as the Quran, as the Constitution, or the Torah, or the original Ten Commandments, whatever the case is, and then use trust documents instead of licenses. Engage in private remedy, such as bonds, tenders, and affidavits. Now, trust is key to your private dominion. He has made you successors, Khalifa, upon the earth. Dominion without trust becomes oppression. Trust without dominion becomes weakness. But when dominion is governed through divine trust, the earth is healed and justice is restored. So you were not created to be managed by man, ruled by statutes, or taxed as property. You were created to walk in honor, equity, and divine accountability. And the key to that path is trust. Indeed, Allah commands you render trust to whom they are due. Now, this three-tier trust blueprint. Tier 1, covenant trust. Again, my serving humanity equivalent is irrevocable. Mine is irrevocable Quran based. Quran based just means that I only acknowledge God as my creator, and it means that I don't go around being biased or prejudiced towards anybody. I acknowledge loving my neighbor. I do not believe that if my heart has a problem with somebody outside of myself, for reasons other than them directly causing harm to me or creation, or just being a bad person. If I just have a problem with somebody because I just have a problem with somebody, then that means something wrong with me, and I need to seek help from God. That's all that means. So Quran-based trust just means is the same. It means the same trust that Moses entered into in Abraham and Jesus. Own all equitable interest. Okay, tier 1 is that trust owns all equitable interests, divine law jurisdiction, foreign trust status. Tier 2 is the redemption trust, irrevocable private trust, surety for the straw man, issues indemnity, offset bonds, and interacts with commerce. The tier 1 trust it's going to be mentioned in part of your UCC1 filing, but it's not going to be listed. Yeah, this one, because it's going to stay completely in the private, so it's not going to be listed as a secure party. Your secure party will be the tier 2 redemption trust. And that will be the one that's doing all of your, going to court, redeeming your estate. Your tier 3 revocable living trust, private non-statutory managed personal family affairs. Oh, you get a EIN for that as well, a foreign grantor EIN, because just open up bank accounts for private matters. But the trust, again, that's going to do all of the commercial stuff is going to be your redemption trust. Now, outside of this, once you have these set up, you will have some people that will want to domicile a trust perhaps in South Dakota and create like a 508c1a style trust where they want to interact with commerce and so that's something that can be added later. Right now we're laying down the foundation to redeem your estate, and then from there you can build upon it. Now, every trustee structure must reflect divine order, not man's confusion. 3 trusts, 1 mission: to redeem, govern, and serve. The 3-tier structure is the sacred architecture of true status correction. Each trust has a distinct role, yet they work in perfect harmony, ensuring separation of private from public, divine from statutory, spirit from fiction. The Tier 1 covenant trust, Sir Humanity Trust equivalent. A covenant is not a contract. It is a bond of obedience and divine alignment. Structure, irrevocable, mine is based entirely on the Quran as its governing law, foreign to U.S. jurisdiction. And this Quran is the same book that governed the Peace and Friendship Treaty, the Moroccan Peace and Friendship Treaty. What is that, 1786 or something? But yeah, that book governs that treaty, and that treaty is still active right now. And so I'm going to invoke that treaty, and I'm going to check. I'm gonna put them in check because they in violation. And so, anyways, the purpose of this first tier, the Tier 1 covenant trust, holds all equitable interests over the estate. The other two trusts, all creations derived from the divine mission, property, IP, digital assets. So it acts as the spiritual root and a priority creditor in equity. Now, the jurisdiction, again, it operates strictly under divine law, Al Quran, not U.S. statutes. If you say you use the gospel or the Torah, then I would put the word original prior to the word Torah or Psalms of gospel, simply because you do not want to necessarily put yourself up under King James authority, because because again, when you talk about scripture, we're talking about the original tongue, which Hebrew and Aramaic. Jesus spoke Aramaic, so it's like you got to go back to source, and so it's like you don't want to. You only want to take what he said. You don't want to take what King James said necessarily. You want to take what Jesus said. I got no problem with what Jesus said. I do got a problem with King James and everybody else trying to, because again, they laid down the framework within his version to create this constructive trust to cause this harm that they're causing right now. Yeah. So now the jurisdiction recognized as foreign trust under 26 USC subsection 7701A31 because it is not created under U.S. law. It is not administered under U.S. court supervision. No U.S. person controls its substantial decisions. Key attributes: not taxable, not reportable, not governed by federal or state probate code, exist to preserve equity for law's duration and fulfill the divine trust of Surah 3372. Trust must remain completely private and untouched by administrative forms such as the SS4 or the 1041. The Tier 2 Redemption Trust, commerce-facing trust. This is your public armor, your commercial interface. It protects the living man from becoming the surety. Structure, irrevocable, private, but capable of limited public interaction, created specifically to redeem the estate through lawful instruments. Purpose, acts as surety for all caps names, straw man, interacts with agencies, courts, and corporations in place of the man, issues private indemnity bonds, private offset bonds, lawful money, redemption instruments under 12 USC 411. Like again, and the trusts, all of the trusts, all three of the trusts, everyone will be getting the templates from me. Just the whole setup. The only thing you're gonna have to fill in is the name that you're inspired to put for your trust. But again, I will be providing this to the I'll be providing this to the people that paid, and which is everybody on here. So you ain't got, we're going through this, but just know this is something you're getting. And when we have our one-on-ones, I'm going to make sure that everyone has clarity, because that's why I can't just have this out there. I can't have 1,000 people coming to me, because then now I got 1,000 people that I got to explain something to, and now I'll never have enough time to do it ever. Tier 2 continuation, legal mechanism. It files the UCC-1 financing statement as secured party creditor, holds security agreement over the straw man and its commercial energy, executes Form 56 to become fiduciary over the all caps name. May use Form 1041, 1099A, 1099 OID, or 102848, etc., as needed for public interaction. The role and collapse of constructive trust. It acts in honor to discharge presumed debt via subrogation. reclaims equitable standing by asserting priority trust position over statutory claim. It is the bridge that makes commerce honorable again through lawful trust-based remedy. A lot of people in this field have been using themselves as surety, the living man. And even I was taught that way. Like even when you file UCC1, listen yourself, the living man as surety, and executing things in your name, but it's not done in trust, so it ain't gonna work. Not and if it and when it do work for some, it's discretionary. So it's like, but the way to get everything accepted, the way for everyone to be in honor is through the trust and exclusive equity. So it's like this everything that I'm talking about is extremely important. Tier 3, revocable living trust, private family pass-through trust. You still live in the world, your family, your affairs, your transition must be handled with grace and privacy, without entanglement. The structure, private, non-statutory, revocable, established for managing personal, domestic, and legal legacy affairs. Purpose, manage family living expenses, bank accounts, real estate transfers via quit claim, private contracts, custody of property until minor children mature. May act as the final receiving trust before passing property to the covenant trust or heirs. So this is how it allows you to easily move things around in the private before ultimately putting it in uh, 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 your irrevocable trust. You know, allows you to gain things and then accumulate and then entrust it for God. Again, everything belongs to God. So, but God, he favor people and he grant you things to test you, to see if you're gonna lose yourself to your ego, or if you can continue to be grateful and still benefit others on this earth. Tier 3 continuation, legal standing. Not filed with the state, non-statutory, no SSN or EIN unless absolutely necessary. Again, for banking purposes. Not filing IRS Form 1041 unless income is sourced directly from the public 1099 reporting. The less this trust interacts with the system, the more it preserves its private character. Key guidelines, always executed under exclusive equity. Trustee acts on behalf of divine interest, not self-interest. May include poetic preamble, family mission, and divine blessing clause. Summary table for this three-tier trust function. Again, um, first one, covenant trust, jurisdiction, divine. And I use the Quran. Primary role owns all equity, governs the others. Two, redemption trust. Everyone needs a redemption trust for again commerce, access surety for the all caps files UCC issues bonds, and then your private non-statutory revocable trust for family use, managed living affairs, and transitions. Now, three trusts, one soul. The covenant trust anchors you in truth. The redemption trust shields you in battle. And the living trust provides for your house. Together, they form the divine trinity of trust, not religiously, but spiritually, lawfully, and equitably. Why the living man cannot be the surety or fiduciary. A man cannot guarantee his own debt without stepping into liability. Let the trust bear the burden. Living man equals trustee or steward for the Lord. Trust equals fiduciary is the fiduciary, surety, and the creditor. And the ens legis is the debtor. The ens legis represents your all caps, which is that birth certificate. So the birth certificate is the debtor. So no man can serve two masters. You either serve the system as debtor or you serve the Lord as steward. There is no in between. And so people have to stand up. Even when you talk about a status correction, you're talking about doing more for yourself. You're talking about accountability, something that most people they do not have accountability, and so because they want handouts, they could never be a steward because they want too much. They want handouts. People that want handouts, they're not going to do what it takes to even take care of their own estate. They want someone else to do it for them, and that is and when they able-bodied and able-minded, they're gonna end up suffering because that's not because God didn't make you that's not my burden to bear, nor is it your burden to bear. Now, foundational truth: a man cannot guarantee his own debt without stepping into liability. In law and equity, to be surety means to be personally liable for the performance of another. The moment the living man signs as himself to back a debt, contract, or government instrument, he becomes the principal debtor. He forfeits his natural rights. He enters into commercial liability as property. This is exactly what happens when someone files UCC documents naming themselves as the secured party. They step into the role of surety, unknowingly binding their life force to a fictitious obligation. A trust exists to bear that liability so that the man may act in honor without entrapment. As far as I know, most of us that, especially when we on this road right here to the path of redemption and we learning, we trying to learn about the UCC ones and everybody trying to get their UCC 105, everybody, including myself, I had put the all caps name as a debtor, and then put myself non to some set at the living man at the secured party, you know, and so that was incorrect. And and I had that epiphany, say about week and a half ago when I was, because again, when you do exclusive equity and you study and you read, you realize, you say, hey, it's like I had to admit, I say, no, in order for me to be in exclusive equity, I can't interact with commerce like that because I'm stepping into public. So how do I stay in private? The trust needs to be the surety. I can only be the trustee. The trust is a fiduciary, the surety. The trust it is the entity that is there to bear my burden, after I ratify my covenant with God. There I went into trust. And so it's like there's no other way to look at it. And that's why people have problems because they coming in there as a living man and now they interacting with what they shouldn't be interacting with. And so that's why people have problems when they do it like that. Let the trust bear the burden. A wise man never lifts what a trust can carry. A properly formed trust serves two primary functions: absorbs commercial liability through its legal personality. It bears the fiduciary burden, which acts as surety, creditor, and performer. When the trust becomes the secured party creditor and the fiduciary over the estate, it issues the bond, files the UCC-1, receives the liability notices, engages in commerce with honor. This is why your redemption trust exists, to bear all burdens the living man must never carry. Because when you the living man come up in there, they gonna still try to get fiat currency up out you. But the trust does not issue fiat currency. The trust issue bond. They can't demand fiat currency from a trust. But again, that's why you have to let the trust do the work. But you have to know why you're letting the trust do the work. And that's what this class is about, letting you know the why, so you can have understanding and understand exactly what you're doing and why you're doing it. Now, the living man equals trustee, steward for the Lord. And he made you successors, khulafa, in the earth. It is required, and that's Quran 35:39. And it is required as stewards that a man be found faithful. 1 Corinthians 4:2. As a living man, you are not a U.S. person, a taxpayer, a license, or a debtor. You are a steward of Allah's or God's creation, a trustee of your divine mission, a caretaker, not an owner. Your role is to administer the trust, not to be the surety for the debtor. You sign documents as trustee, never as the man himself. You act in fiduciary honor, never in commercial presumption. Guys, we are all equal here on this call. Everybody is equal. I'm not better than you. You're not better than me. I'm here to help you where you lack, and then you're going to help someone else where they lack. We all sharpen one another. It's very important to know that. Why? Because I'm operating in trust right now, and I know that that God has not placed me over you. He has placed me, I'm your neighbor, and I'm here to give you something that you may need so they can better your life, and you can act on the inspiration that God has placed in your heart so that you can change people around you, so you can change the circumstances around you and make the world a better place. Now, trust equals fiduciary, surety, and creditor. And in this three-tier system, the redemption trust is the secured party creditor. It is the one who issues private indemnity bonds, private offset bonds, lawful money redemption notices. This trust files UCCs, holds the security agreement, becomes fiduciary over the all caps estate via IRS Form 56. The trust is designed to engage in commerce, redeem debt, and interact with the system without sacrificing the sanctity of the living man. Again, another thing, no need to issue a Form 56 of having the living man be fiduciary over the straw man. That's another incorrect way that we were taught. If you did it, which I have done it too in the past, wrong, not good, shouldn't do it. But it's okay because a lot of people that did their stuff, it got rejected anyways. I ain't gonna say I ever got a letter back from the IRS and they rejected it, but uh, what I am doing is I'm updating all my Form 56. I'm removing the living man, my Kafil, hyphen, Hamim Quaiyum, Tunsill. I'm removing that name from the system. That it will not be fiduciary. It would not be secured party. Removing it, and I'm replacing it with Tunsill Redemption Trust, and I will be trustee. And I am foreign to the United States jurisdiction because the United States is nothing but a entity expressed on a piece of paper. So when we say foreign to U.S. jurisdiction, we're just talking about foreign to that to the framework of that paper, outside of that paper. That's really what it's talking about. Now, ens legis equals the debtor. The straw man is the debtor. It is the vessel they created to attach your life force to their system. Ens legis equals entity of law. It is Latin, also known as creature of law. That birth certificate is a creature of law. This is the all caps name, such as my Kafil-Hamim Quaiyum Tunsill. It is a legal fiction created at birth under constructive trust. It is a debtor, a corporation, a trust corpus, the body of a trust, a surety until you redeem it. So you must assign the ens legis to your redemption trust and become its controller, not its victim. Right now, if you have no trust, you're the victim, and they're using your energy, your life force as surety. That's how you end up getting locked up in jail and getting penalized and having to pay fiat, having to pay this debt notes. In summary of the three entities, again, the living man is the trustee, the steward. It is your job to administer trust in equity. The private trust is the fiduciary, the creditor. It holds security interests, acts in commerce. Ens legis, debtor, fiction, your birth certificate, subject of redemption. You need to redeem the birth certificate that they're using to put you in bondage, because your entire life you just made the presumption that that certificate represented your life force. You say, "Oh yeah, yeah, look at me. I was born this day out. Look at me. This is my social security card. This is me. This is me. This is me. Let me go fill out this application. Let me go fill out this. Let me go sign, sign, sign. This is me. This is me." And so now you are burdened. You have a burden on you, and you don't know any other way until you start researching. And now you went down this rabbit hole, and now this rabbit hole led you to this Zoom. And I'm here laying out everything with conclusive evidence. So you don't have to doubt nothing. That's why I got that 1099 A and B. And that's why I got that W-9 from the state of Florida as my supreme evidence. They could kick rocks and jump off a bridge. I never let them get away with nothing they did because I got the evidence first. All right. Summary. You were never meant to be the debtor, the surety, or the legal fiction. You're the trustee, the redeemer, steward of Allah, has the steward of all that Allah or God has assigned to you. Let the trust speak for you. Let equity protect you. Let the fiction be redeemed, never embodied. No bearer of burden shall bear the burden of another. Again, God is your redeemer. Says it all throughout the Torah and the Psalms and gospel. He is your redeemer. And so when you form your trust, he becomes the grantor of that trust. You, the trustee, that trust has a name. It is your redemption trust. That trust also issues bonds. See, you can form a true divine trust, irrevocable trust, and that trust can truly act in commerce as a foreign entity to the United States corporation. It is that trust that will issue the bonds. And you will have to have your trust seals. Again, also the stamp, the stampmaker.com, the stampmaker.com. Everybody gonna be getting that as well towards the end, but everyone needs to have a seal for all of their trusts because you have to seal your documents. It must have a trust seal. If you don't have a seal, it is not honor. You're not moving in honor. It is not equity, and it will not be acknowledged. So you must have the seal. Now, how you collapse the constructive trust. Form superior trust. This is your redemption trust. File a UCC1 with the trust as secured party. Tender offset and indemnity bond. Rebut civil death via affidavit of status. Transfer estate from legal fiction to trust. Operate under divine contract, non-statutory presumption. You feel me? All those things have to be done. So, constructive trust. The court's fiction can only stand when no higher trust is present. Collapse the presumption by declaring divine equity through trust. A constructive trust, as I taught, is not evil in itself. It is a placeholder imposed by equity to protect lost property. But once you awaken, it becomes an instrument of fraud unless rebutted. To collapse it, you must remove presumption, assert superior claim, and perform tender through trust-based equity. Step 1, rebut civil death via affidavit of status. Until you say you are alive, they will treat you as dead. The Statutory Vi Act of 1666 holds your estate in trust until you appear and declare life, reclaim your estate, and rebut presumption of lostness. You do this by executing a notarized affidavit of status correction, declaring your political and divine status, recording your deed of reconveyance, an act of expatriation. This removes you from the presumption of being a U.S. citizen, debtor, and reasserts you as living steward under divine law. Step 2, transfer estate from legal fiction to trust. The trust receives, the man administers, the fiction is redeemed. You assign and convey all rights, titles, and interests in the all caps estate to your redemption trust using a bill of sale, a certificate of conveyance, and a security agreement. This makes the trust holder of legal title, executor of equitable redemption, shield for all liabilities. This is your lawful way of removing yourself from the commercial battlefield and entering into peaceful equity. Step 3, form a superior trust. Your redemption trust. You don't argue with the court trust. You override it with your own. A properly formed redemption trust is irrevocable, private, and non-statutory. Created in the name of God or Allah. not a U.S. person, administered by you as trustee, not all caps. It becomes the secure party, fiduciary over the ens legis, estate, the lawful actor, the lawful actor that will discharge the presumed obligation. You must declare this trust on public record and link it to your security agreement. So that security agreement, stuff to all this stuff right here, it's part of this right here. Step 4, so it's like you once you done establish once you put out that affidavit and y'all gonna get all those forms. So once you got everything recorded and you got your trust, you got your security agreement, you got your trust done and sealed. Now remember, you're sealing your documents. So all your affidavits and stuff, that's gonna be sealed, just like what you saw on my social media. And so once that's done and stuff, you're gonna file that UCC-1 with the trust as a party of secure with the trust as a secure party. He who records first in equity is first in right. The Uniform Commercial Code, UCC, governs secure transactions. By filing a UCC-1 financing statement, you declare the redemption trust as secure party creditor. List the ens legis, the all cap names as the debtor. Attach your security agreement, declaration of trust, and trust certificate as collateral instruments. This perfects your security interest and places public notice that a superior party now controls the commercial estate. Step 5, tender, offset, and indemnity bond. Redemption is not just spiritual, it is commercial. The debt must be lawfully discharged. You must perform tender as surety through the redemption trust. It issues a private indemnity bond, such as the $100 billion one that I will be giving you all, to cover presumptive liabilities, issues private offset bonds to settle specific debts or obligations. Reference 12 USC 411 to redeem in lawful money. Send bonds to United States Treasury, Secretary of Treasury, or other creditor agencies making the claim. Your bond must be properly numbered, notarized, and supported with Form 56, 1041, or 1099s as necessary. But it'll be the Form 50. When we send these bonds off, it's definitely your Form 56 and Form 2848 will be used for these bonds. Now, step 6, operate under divine contract, non-statutory presumption. They operate by policy. You now operate by covenant. You now govern all actions through your private trust structure, your Quran-based jurisdiction, and your contractual instruments, not statutes. Everybody recall the First Amendment, all right? Your trust, your covenant is protected by the First Amendment. No man on planet Earth can come and invalidate your covenant. The only one that can collapse your covenant is your hypocritical ways, if you have them. We all have been hypocrites at some point in our lives, but God's mercy and His grace, it touches all things. So God has already redeemed us from our own hypocrisy. I bear witness against myself on that one. And so all I'm saying is nobody perfect. But definitely but when you try to do wrong, God, it are events in this life that will happen, a chain of events that can cause you to lose what you think you have secure. So move in honor and don't try to hide nothing from God. This is a path of redemption. Redemption is like Toba. Toba is an Arabic word and it is repentance, but it doesn't mean you hold your hand up, you say, "Oh God, forgive me," and then now you go back to do the wrong. Toba is a word that signifies when you walking down, if you're walking west, and let's just say west is the wrong way, and then you realize that you got to walk east, you turn around and you don't return back to where you were going because you know it's the wrong way. Turn around and you walk the other way. That's Toba. That's repentance. That's redemption. So it's like, know these things. So you move in honor. All right. When engaged publicly, you sign as trustee of the redemption of your own redemption trust. Provide bonded performance instead of personal liability. Invoke exclusive equity, not public policy. The system respects contracts, and your trust is a superior contract operating in equity and divine intent. Now, you are not collapsing a government. You're collapsing a false legal presumption, the idea that you are lost, dead, or incompetent. When you create the trust, record interest, tender redemption, rebut the presumption, transfer the estate, and operate in equity, you walk as a trustee of truth, not a victim of fiction. If any one of y'all, if y'all ever started studying exclusive equity, as soon as you start getting into the realm of exclusive equity, then you hear them talk about the king's maxims, because equity comes from the king's maxims. But where does the king's maxims come from? The king's maxims trace themselves back to the Torah. Those is in the Torah trace itself back to the Most High, God. So it is God that gave us equity, and that has been preserved under the king's maxims. So why do I talk about the Most High when it comes to setting up this trust? Because I have to. That's the truth. I only talk about the truth. And so anytime you try to do this without God, you're trying to it's like you're trying to take on his role, and then you're no better. You become no better than the ones that have placed this earth under constructive trust. And typically the person that do that is doing it for greed and money. Now, core documents and status correction, affidavit of status correction, act of expatriation, deed of reconveyance, UCC-1 financing statement, security agreement, private trust instrument, Form 56, 2848, indemnity and offset bonds. This is not all of them, but these are some of the core ones that I will be going over in this Zoom. Now, again, I have in my other classes that you will be receiving. In some of those classes, I go over each and every form. I break everything down where there was no confusion. And you will be getting those videos, and you will be getting the slides, the PowerPoint slides. Because I'm not trying to have you needing or wanting anything. You're going to have everything that you need. I will provide it. And you will put in the time, and you will go over it, and you will have what you need, and we will schedule those talks and stuff so that I won't leave you hanging. Okay. All right. Now, paperwork without structure is presumption, but trust with structure is power. In this system, silence is consent, and proper filings create confusion. But when your documents are divinely ordered and equitably aligned, you gain standing, protection, and remedy. This is not about filling out forms. It's about building lawful evidence of redemption. Affidavit of status correction. If you do not declare your status, the system will presume it for you. A notarized sworn affidavit that reclaims your status as a living man, declares you are not a U.S. person under 26 U.S.C. subsection 7701, clarifies you are operating under divine law, not statutory jurisdiction, rejects 14th Amendment citizenship and presumption of debtorship. This document must be recorded or filed into public record, be served on state and federal agencies, reference your redemption and covenant trust. Without this affidavit, all other paperwork may be treated as coming from the straw man. Act of expatriation. You cannot serve two nations. You must publicly leave Babylon to walk into the kingdom. This is your formal withdrawal from U.S. citizenship, corporate debtor class, federal jurisdiction, all voluntary benefits and franchises tied to the social contract. It must reference your lawful descent and divine allegiance, be supported by a Quranic or biblical witness, be served on the Secretary of State or relevant agencies. You are not abandoning your nation. You are restoring its people to lawful capacity. All right. Deed of reconveyance. If the land is titled in fiction, it can never be held in peace. Use This deed of reconveyance is used to remove the all caps names from holding legal title. You reconvey all real and personal property from public registry, statutory jurisdiction to your redemption trust or revocable trust. Must be notarized and possibly recorded at county's or recorder's office, Secretary of State, depending on local rules. This reestablishes your authority over land and private assets under common law and equity. UCC 1 financing statement. Equity rewards the first to record. Filed with your Secretary of State or DC or New York for national standing. Declares your redemption trust as secured party creditor over ins legis, the debtor, all caps name. You attach a security agreement, trust certificate, and any notice of assignment of estate. This is public evidence that someone has claimed the collateral and it's no longer the state. Security agreement. This contract between trust and debtor, the shield that blocks assumption. A private contract between redemption trust, the secured party, and ins legis, debtor. It assigns all assets, accounts, and identifiers to the trust, establishes terms of control, debt forgiveness, and subrogation, forms the lawful foundation for the UCC1. Without a security agreement, the UCC1 has no lawful foundation. It is the spine of your claim. Private trust instruments. Your trust is your shield. Your trust is your signature. Your trust is your lawful identity. These are the foundational contracts that establish your private estate and give you lawful standing in equity. Without them, you are presumed to be acting in your own personal capacity, which means full liability under public jurisdiction. Your trust documents should include declaration of trust. It should state the purpose, grantor, trustees, beneficiaries, and jurisdiction. For divine covenant trust, the Quran is the trust law. For me, for the redemption trust, the trust is formed. For commerce, indemnity, and lawful remedy. The revocable trust used to manage private and family affairs. Certificate of trust existence, a one-page summary certifying that the trust exists, often used for bank interactions or UCC filings. Private trust continuation, trust minutes and resolutions, formal records of decisions, naming trustees, approving a bond, accepting property. Anytime the trust does something, you have to record that event, and it's done through trust minutes and resolutions. And then that is what you produce to the public as evidence of the transaction. But the trust never has to produce its actual body, but you do produce the certificate, the declaration, and the trust minutes and resolutions and stuff. All right. So, the trust minutes proves your trust is active and properly administered. Hold harmless plus indemnity clauses shows that the trust agrees to take on commercial liability so the living man remains free from it. Private seal used to authenticate the trust documents. The seal signifies authority, jurisdiction, and intention. Structure brings substance. Without trust instruments, your paperwork is a house with no foundation. See, we all did the static correction backwards. A lot of us did it. We got all these paperwork, but we didn't have no trust. Form 56 and Form 2848. Form 56 notice concerning fiduciary relationship. Purpose, it assigns a fiduciary trustee over the debtor estate, your all caps straw man. File with the IRS to notify them that the all caps name is under new fiduciary care. The trust, redemption, or covenant is now party with equitable interest and control. File for both the Secretary of Treasury so that they act in fiduciary care of the estate and your trust, showing that your trust assumes active private stewardship of the all caps estate. This form gives legal notice. The living man is not the debtor. The trust is now the lawful agent. Form 2848, power of attorney and declaration of representative. Purpose, authorizes your redemption trust or covenant trust to act on behalf of the ins legis. Serves as commercial power of attorney for redemption events bond tender, IRS correspondence, establishes the trust as a representative with fiduciary powers, ensuring the living man doesn't sign in his private capacity. Form 56 gives notice of fiduciary status. Form 2848 gives the authority to act on the debtor's behalf. Fiduciary status, act on the debtor's behalf. Private indemnity. These are not debt. These are lawful tenders of credit backed by your private trust. Indemnity bond, private trust issue. The purpose, to ensure and guarantee the commercial risk of the estate. Shows that the trust agrees to indemnify the public for any liability attached to the straw man. Key elements, identifies your trust as surety, lists the debtor, all cap, name, cites legal basis, public policy, HJR 192 and UCC 3-603, contains bond number, registered mail label. So your bond number on that is the registered mail label, witnessed and sealed. This bond proves there is no need for public funds. The trust is offering private credit. Again, credit comes from your energy that this is all a result of your trust with God, and God had and to God belongs everything. He is guaranteed everything. So therefore that's why credit is unlimited. We went to an unlimited faith-based system, full faith and credit. We got full faith and credit, and so there's no limit to credit. It's granted upon demand or upon request, but you're blocked out of it because you are in their constructive trust. So they don't have to block you out of it, but because they're not acting in honor and because they're trying to play God, they create a system where you think you need an 800 credit score just to get access to something that is unlimited. You just don't know how credit works. That's why. Offset bond. Purpose, to offset and discharge alleged public debt tied to the all caps entity. A higher form of remedy where your trust tenders a negotiable instrument to settle IRS debt. Settle IRS debts, discharge liens, satisfy commercial obligation. Typically tendered alongside Form 1041, 1099A.
What'd you do all day?
1099A, OID and 1096, security agreement and UCC filings. Now cites the same legal basis as the indemnity bond, but also shows the debt has already been prepaid via the credit of the United States, and the trust is now reconciling the books. This is the lawful act of settling off debt using private trust credit, not evasion, but performance and equity. You can't demand this without a properly structured trust. Now, the final insight on the structure. So your paperwork must form a chain. Each document should point to another. If one link is missing, the entire process returns to presumption. The chain looks like affidavit of status, separates the man from the fiction, rebutting presumption. Trust instruments gives your trust lawful form. UCC 1 plus security agreement secures your interest. Form 56 plus 2848 assigns control and fiduciary duty. Bonds, discharges, and indemnifies. Structure is power, but only when the man stands as steward, not a slave. IRS forms and their purpose. You got the S4, EIN for trust, redemption, and revocable. These are foreign trusts.
83 for me, please?
Pardon me?
Can you go back to 83, please?
What you trying to do? Take a picture? What
I got it. Thank you, baby.
Okay. All right. IRS forms and their purpose. The SS4. So like I had instructed my mentees, and then y'all will all also be getting the SS4, it pre-filled out, how you put to fill it out. Like we're not going to get any EINs online. So if this is what I instructed my mentees, but it's more than just my mentees on this call. So if from now on, I don't want anybody, if you're hearing this, I don't want anyone getting any EIN online through the IRS website, because it's going to end up, although the body of your trust will ultimately control whether the trust is private or non-statutory, it's going to be automatically presumed to be domestic and somewhat statutory because of how the online is set up. And so to completely control that, you do your SS4 online and not online, but you fax it in, you fill it out, the SS4, and you fax it in. And so, but either way, that's gonna be, going over in the other classes that y'all gonna be getting, and y'all gonna see the form. I'm just kind of mentioning that right now, so you know. All right, 56, again, assigns fiduciary over the straw man. 2848 gives trust power of attorney to act on debtor's behalf. 1041, trust returns for revocable trust. If you file it, which you probably won't be needing to file on 1041, not with your revocable trust. Maybe you do it with your redemption trust. 1099A, an OID reports tender redemption events. 1096, or transmittal of IRS forms. The W8BN declares foreign trust exemption. 843, refund or unlawful collection. These are some of the key forms that you will perhaps be using while you're redeeming your estate. Now, IRS forms and their purpose. He who does not understand the form cannot command the remedy, but he who governs by trust and record shall be redeemed in equity. So these forms are not mere tax tools. They are jurisdictional instruments used to reposition liability, declare foreign status, tender redemption, and assign fiduciary control over the estate, which is the ens legis. None of those forms are meant for you to put your name on there as a goddamn surety, which I done that shit. All I'm saying is don't do it. But equity looks at the intent and not the form. So you can always correct a wrong. Equity allows you to always correct the wrong. So it's not the end of the world. But I'm definitely blowing the whistle on anyone putting their name and as the living man or living woman on any of these forms. You are not to interact with the IRS as a living man. Only your trust. And so, yeah, but if you want to do it the other way around, that's on you. I'm just telling you right now, you're walking off a cliff. They must be used in harmony with your trust structure and never in your personal capacity. Form SS4, application for employer identification number. Purpose, obtain an EIN for your redemption trust and your revocable living trust. The IRS requires an EIN for filing trust returns, like a 1041, issuing 1099, receiving lawful tender notices. Key points, do not list a SSN. This would link your living man to the debtor trust. Use the redemption trust as the responsible party. Foreign, irrevocable. Mail or fax through Ogden, Utah for foreign trust processing. The EIN is not about becoming taxable. It's about defining the trust's separate legal capacity. Form 56, notice of concerning fiduciary relationship. Purpose, assign fiduciary over the estate, all caps. Used to declare that the redemption trust or a trustee is now fiduciary of the estate. Alternatively, assign the Secretary of Treasury as fiduciary to perform the duty of redemption and discharge. Common pairings with indemnity and offset bonds and with Form 843 or 1041 filings. This form tells the IRS that the legal fiction no longer governs itself. The trust does. Form 2848, power of attorney and declaration of representatives. Purpose, authorize the trust to act as power of attorney over the straw man, used when interacting with IRS on behalf of the debtor estate. Allows the redemption trust trustee to file forms, respond to IRS letters, control the commercial energy of the straw man, never file as the living man, always as trustee of whatever the name of your redemption trust is. For me, Tunsill Redemption Trust with appropriate EIN. Form 1041, U.S. income tax returns for estates and trusts. Purpose is file informational return for your revocable living trust used to report income from trust activity if public interaction occurs. If, which it will not. Because if you want to interact with public dealing with commerce, then from there, I would suggest setting up another irrevocable 508c1a ministry style trust where you can anyways, we're not going to talk about that right now, but that's the route you take when you want to do that. Anyways, filed and honored not to confess debt, attach trust declaration, Form 56 and 1099 OID documents if applicable. You are not obligated to file unless the trust earns taxable income. For redemption trust, avoid filing unless strategically necessary. Form 1099A, 1099 and 1099 OID, purpose, report acquisition and tender events using lawful bonds. 1099A, acquisition and abandonment, used when the trust redeems or acquires collateral, paying off mortgage, car debt, show trust as lender, debtor as borrower. 1099 OID, original issue discount, used to report bonded tender of obligation. $1 payment used to discharge 100K, required to identify and offset bond filings. These forms evidence that the trust tendered lawful payment to satisfy public debt attached with 1041 or Form 56. Form 1096, annual summary and transmittal. Purpose, cover sheet for mailing paper copies of 1099s to the IRS. Used when you file 1099A or 1099 OID. Required if you are not e-filing. Access transmittal record to confirm form delivery to the IRS. Always mail it with wet ink signature, ideally by registered mail. Again, at 1096 is nothing but the cover sheet. So anytime you do a 1099 or anything like that, a 1096 is always going to go with it when you're doing it in writing. It's the cover sheet. So if you do a 1096, a 1099 OID, 1099A, 1099B, 1099C, 1099 whatever, you're always going to pair it with a 1096, always. Form W8BEN. Certificate of foreign status. Purpose, declare your trust is foreign to the U.S. for tax and jurisdictional purpose. Used to claim exemption from backup withholding. Assert foreign trust status under 26 U.S.C. subsection 7701A31. Notify payers, bank brokers, etc. of non-U.S. person status. Best used when the redemption trust or covenant trust holds accounts or receive payments. W8BN tells the system, we are not your taxpayer. We operate under higher law. Form 843, claim for refund and request for abatement. Purpose, request refund or cancellation of penalties, levies, or improper collections. Used when a tax or penalty was collected against the estate, all caps. You submitted a lawful bond or tender, which was ignored. You seek reimbursement after declaring fiduciary via Form 56. Attach Form 56, proof of tender, 1099 OID, redemption, trust declaration. This form asserts your equity-based challenge and seeks remedy from unlawful taking. Like people have been doing child support or got all this people that done paid stuff in the past, and then you start redeeming, using your trust to redeem stuff. You're going to end up using 843 to get a refund back from things that already paid. And so I'm going to be like, I'm definitely going to be including, a PDF instructional guide for like how to further explain how to use this, just because in my mind, I know that somebody that's listening is going to need that. So I'm inspired to do it, so I'm going to do it. Anyways, yeah. Strategic flow summary. All right. SS4 again creates EINs for trust, allows forms interaction. 56 declares fiduciary over estate. 2848 grants trust POA to act in commerce. 1041 optional trust return for revocable trust. 1099A and OID redeem and discharge debt through tender. 1096 is the cover letter for transmittable bond filings. Again, W8BN declares the foreign trust status exempt 843, used for refunds of unlawful collections or penalties. So, summary, these are not just tax forms, they are jurisdictional notices, evidence of equity, and instrument of liberation when used through trust, not self. When you use it yourself, you get yourself jacked up. When you use it through trust, you liberate yourself. So you cannot collapse system with rebellion, but you can collapse it with structure, form, and divine equity. All right, this is a spiritual journey, guys, not a loophole. So what you're doing here is not a legal trick. It is a sacred return to divine trust. You are not escaping, you are fulfilling. You're fulfilling the word. You're fulfilling the covenant that was yours to fulfill all along. You just had to walk towards God. So you're not hiding, you're redeeming. You're not evading, you are restoring divine order. Trust reflects your return to Amana, which is your trusteeship, stewardship. Oh, you who believe, fulfill all contracts. That's Quran 5:1. So redeem without dishonor, lead with truth, fulfill every contract. And there's no need to complain about what the government is doing. They're only doing it because we have walked away from our covenant, and we point the finger at them for being selfish and for being the devil or whatever we want to say that they're being. We point the finger at them, but at the end of the day, God gave everybody free will. So be mad at yourself and not them. It's easier if you get out of your situation faster if you just point the finger at yourself. Because if you point the finger at yourself, then you're not pointing at nobody else. Now you're gonna be more you're gonna have more motivation to fix and correct your issue because you're gonna have no one to be mad at other than yourself. And you're not gonna stay mad for the rest of your life. You don't even want to stay mad at all. You just want to correct the issue. Just learn. That's what we're doing now. So you're not hiding, you're redeeming. For too long, you've been mistaken for a name, a number, and a debtor. But now you return to the truth. Many in the world, including some critics and even attorneys, assume status correction is an attempt to escape the system or avoid accountability. But you're not hiding from obligation. You're redeeming it lawfully under equity and divine law. Redeeming means reclaiming what is rightfully yours, tendering lawful payments with honor, correcting the record of a fraudulent presumption, which is civil death or 14th Amendment citizenship. True redemption is not about avoiding duty. It's about fulfilling it on the correct foundation, trust, not fiction. And the truth is, doing what we're doing right now is way more difficult than going to work every day and working and then paying your little tax, whatever. Because this right here requires you to really get on your A game and really have order. Like you're gonna have to get notebooks, you're gonna have to get those sleeves where you put all your paper in, you're gonna have to get these seals. It's like you about to become your own lawyer. You about to be, you about to be a secretary. You about to do the things that you dislike doing. Like if y'all think that I saw myself doing all of this, I didn't. Not when I was in my early 20s. It's like it was a large part of me that was somewhat lazy. You know what I'm saying? And I had to fight that laziness, and I had to do what I hated doing, which is all this work. I don't like doing like I don't like doing a whole bunch of work, but I'm I just like Mike Tyson said, you do what you hate doing, but you do it like you love it. He said that quote before, and so I just started doing what I hated doing, and I did it like I love it. So now everybody think I love it, but I really don't. But I do love equity. I love doing what's right, and so I'm doing what I'm doing so that we can get this earth back on the right track, and we can live in paradise. And the paradise is nothing but peace and security, where we don't see no poverty anywhere in sight because there's unlimited amounts of resources. It's just been held in constructive trust, and they are and they're putting it out of reach of debtors' hands. But the moment you remove yourself from the classification as a debtor. The moment you move and operate through trust, that's the moment you can issue $100 billion private indemnity bond. That's the moment you can use a different form of payment, because you don't have to just pay with fiat currency. But when you are debtor, when you operate as an legis, that's what they want from you. But when you in trust, they can't demand that you pay a debt. You can't use debt. The trust is not there to issue debt. The trust is there to issue equity. And so that's why you can issue private credit, and you can discharge, and you can balance the books. That's what the trust does, balance the books. And that's what you're about to do through trust. You are not evading, you are restoring divine order. This isn't rebellion. This is restoration back to the original jurisdiction Allah assigned you. You're not evading taxes or statutes. You are rejecting false presumptions and reasserting divine alignment. You serve, but not as a debtor. You govern, but not as a owner. You pay, but with lawful redemption, not blind servitude. Equity demands clean hands, full disclosure, lawful intent, tender of performance. This is not a loophole. It is lawful restoration done through clean hands and righteous purpose. Trust reflects your return to imana or trusteeship or stewardship, whichever word resonates with your heart. It says this, it means the same. Indeed, we offered the trust of al-amana to the heavens and the earth and the mountains, but they refused to bear it, and man accepted it. Indeed, he was unjust and ignorant. The core of your journey is to return to imana, stewardship, the sacred responsibility that God or Allah gave you as Khalifa, steward of the earth. When you create a covenant trust, redeem your estate through a redemption trust, and govern your affairs through a living trust, you are realigning your earthly duties with divine purpose. You are fulfilling the spiritual mission to render trust to whom they are due. Do justice and equity. Uphold truth in all dealings. Trust is not merely a legal structure, it is a reflection of Allah's order, manifest in stewardship. And so yeah, this country is far away from rendering trust, and so is Morocco, and so is Saudi Arabia, and none of those countries that supposedly following using the Quran, they're not following the Quran. They are all unjust. They ain't no better than this country. Ain't none of them, because they're not following the Quranic injunctions. Because you can't even have a king. Like even in Saudi Arabia, they got kings and shit. That's not Quranic. That's a violation. I don't know what they follow. But anyways, say that for later. Oh, you who believe, fulfill all contracts. Now, this is not optional. So anyone who believes, you got to fulfill the contract. First contract you have to fulfill is the call to God, His word to your heart. Every declaration, affidavit, trust, and bond you make is a divine covenant. You must perform, not in fear, but in honor. Your contracts must be righteous. It must be truthful, must be upheld, even if it is against yourself or your family. It's Quran 4:135. You are now a walking contract, not with the state, but with the Most High. Redeem without dishonor. Lead with truth. Fulfill every contract. The final phrase is your equity motto. It reflects the three pillars of your journey. Redeem without dishonor. Never refuse your duty, but perform it through lawful trust and divine order. Lead with truth. No more hiding behind the fiction. You lead now as the living trustee of your estate and your mission. Fulfill every contract. Every affidavit you sign, every bond you tender, every trust you declare, you fulfill with clean hands and truth in action. So this is not just paperwork. This is repentance. This is not tax evasion. This is jurisdictional correction. This is not rebellion. This is redemption. And redemption and truth is the highest contract a soul can fulfill. So now the final blueprint, guys. This is your covenant, your remedy, your redemption. Walk this path in honor for Allah or God to see so that he sees every contract fulfilled. So form your divine covenant trust. Create your redemption trust as surety. Establish your private revocable trust. Execute the affidavit of status, file the UCC1, the security agreement, tender lawful payments via bond, operate through trust, not a U.S. person. Y'all ain't got to worry about all that because all of that I'm going to be providing y'all. And then we're gonna have a phone call. We're gonna have to have a consultation because it's like you're gonna have questions and you're gonna need comfort so that you feel confident in what you're doing. I get it. I've been there. So form your divine covenant trust. Return to Imana, sacred trust between you and your creator. This is your foundational trust, the anchor of your legal and spiritual standing. It is irrevocable, Quran-based, private, and foreign to the U.S. jurisdiction, the true priority creditor of your life and estate. Serves to hold beneficial ownership of all other trusts, govern affairs under exclusive equity and divine law, preserve your work, your mission, and your lineage for the sake of Allah or God. This trust reflects your highest allegiance, not to statute, but to your creator. Again, this country is preserved by the peace treaty. Without that peace treaty that Morocco issued, that signed off, which was governed by the Quran, and not is. So this country is still under that, and it's still governed by the Quran. A lot of people just don't know it. They think that the Quran has nothing to do with this country, but Thomas Jefferson had both a Bible and a Quran. Like this Quran definitely governs this country, but secretly. Create your and then see, and that's why they have so much freedom of expression here, because where there's nothing but the actual perhaps Bible governing, like over there in UK, you know, they don't. The reason they separated themselves from the UK was because they wasn't having it. They was trying to have ownership over everyone, and they wanted freedom, and so they had to seek Islamic help and aid so that they could be free. They couldn't get it from any other country that wasn't governed by the Quran. They had to get it from a country that was governed by the Quran, because the Quran says that there's no compulsion in deen. So any Quranic-based country it's like they're gonna have to honor a person regardless of their faith, regardless of what you believe. That book is not about that book is about guidance and living best in this life. It's not about anything else. Most people don't know it because they ain't never read it. But I know I done read it 10 times in and out, and looked through the lexicons in the Arabic dictionary, and I learned through learning the Arabic lexicon and seeing how all these words get translated, so I could see where the lies are, because the lies are always in translation. Everyone is lost in translation. So now create your redemption trust as surety. Let the trust bear the burden. You were never created to be a debtor. This is your commerce-facing trust used to interact with the public system, redeem the estate, issue indemnity and offset bonds. Structure, irrevocable, non-statutory, lawful, and equity. It becomes secured party creditor via UCC1, fiduciary over the ins legis via Form 56, lawful tender agent via bonds and affidavits. This trust shields the living man while restoring commercial balance. Establish your private revocable trust. You still live among people. Your affairs must be managed with wisdom and privacy. This trust handles family affairs, private property, living expenses, and personal banking. Revocable, non-statutory, and used as a pass-through. May receive assets from the redemption trust. May hold temporary title to land or assets. Does not file 1041 unless income triggers a return. Use this trust for everyday governance without entering statutory liability. Execute your affidavit of status. Silence is consent. Let your voice be recorded in honor. a notarized declaration that you are the living man / woman, not the ens legis. You operate under divine law, not U.S. code. You are the trustee of your estate, not the ward of a bankrupt corporation. Includes name and proper format, which is upper lower dash, that's my first, that's my middle name without the last. Or if you do the last, put a colon after your middle and, put a colon before your last name. Because that last name is not you, it's your surname. So you're the family of that surname, but that name is not you, the last name that is. So now language, denying all presumptive contracts, jurisdictional declaration. I do not consent to the U.S. person status under 26 USC subsection 7701. This affidavit begins the rebuttal of the Sestue que vi presumption of civil death. Again, y'all getting these affidavits, so you ain't got to worry about it. You're gonna get to examine the affidavits. I'm going to be sending it to y'all via email. I'm going to send y'all the file through your email. And for everybody that paid, I got y'all email the same way I sent y'all the notice for this Zoom. I'll be sending y'all the email. I'll probably be getting y'all phone numbers too, so I can have it. All right, file your UCC-1 plus security agreement. He who claims first in equity is first in right. UCC-1 financing statement. Debtor, all caps names, ens legis. The secure party will be your redemption trust. Collateral is the birth certificate, SSN, energy, title, etc. And the security agreement, private contract, binding the debtor to perform for redemption trust, establishes lien over the entire estate, supports lawful tender and redemption strategy. This filing gives you public standing as the superior claimant to the estate. Tender lawful payment via bonds. Equity demands performance, and the trust must perform in honor. Bonds issued by your redemption trust, private indemnity bond to indemnify all past and future liability. It's a $100 billion bond. The private offset bond used for discharging current debt, invoices, judgment, etc. That's a $5 billion bond supported by Form 56, Form 1099A and 1099 OID, reporting the tender. 1041 optional, security agreement and trust certificate. Send bonds via registered mail to the Treasury, IRS. Operate through trust, not as a U.S. person. You are no longer governed by presumption. You now govern in equity. A U.S. person is defined as a taxpayer, a subject of statutory jurisdiction, an entity under commercial regulations, 26 U.S.C. subsection 7701. You are not a debtor, a beneficiary of government, nor a citizen under fiction. You are trustee of a divine estate, surety only through a trust, and private, foreign, and protected in honor. You're foreign to what? The United States jurisdiction. Foreign don't mean you got to come from China, come from Africa, come from outside this country. No, that's not what foreign means. Foreign has to do with their corporate jurisdiction, their paperwork. And you are not a part of that once you separate yourself and operate through divine trust, which is a foreign trust. Use a WABN or affidavit language to rebut all presumptive jurisdiction claims. All right. Summary. This journey is not a legal theory. It is divine alignment. These steps are not a work around. They are a true order of Allah restored through trust, equity, and truth. Indeed, Allah commands you to render trust to whom they are due. And so I follow all the scriptures, because as a Muslim, I cannot say I'm a believer without acknowledging the Torah, the Psalms, and the Gospels. And I also acknowledge all the books that were before it, because God said he revealed a whole bunch of books. And so as far as I'm concerned, when you find a remnants of any ancient scripture, it should say something similar to what the Torah or the Quran says. And that's evidence that it's the same one God that's been revealed the entire time since man has been on this earth. It's not evidence that any book borrowed from another book. It's just one God that sent his messages all over the earth to man that he mentioned and some man he didn't mention. Doesn't matter. We're supposed to, if you follow the commandments, you're gonna love your neighbor anyway. So what does it care? Who cares? If you're supposed to love your neighbor, it doesn't matter. You just love your neighbor and you move in honor and equity. But most people don't know how to do that because they're full of bias and prejudice. So because I'm wrong with them. But anyways, oh, you who believe, fulfill all contracts. Conclusion: from civil death to living steward, you were presumed dead. Today, you resurrect your status, not by rebellion, but by truth, contract, equity, and trust. Those who believe and do good works, for them is no fear, nor shall they grieve. You were never lost, you were misclassified. But today, by the will of Allah or God, you rise not as debtor, but as a divine steward. Again, to believe is to ratify that covenant that you have with your creator. All of you all have your own personal relationship with God, and all of y'all have stories where you know that it was God that got you through whatever it was that you were trying to get through. So, yeah, let him redeem you and let him be the grantor of your trust if you actually truly believe. Don't say you believe in him and then start claiming ownership of stuff, and then you start incurring liability, tax liability, because you're trying to claim ownership. You're going back on your belief unknowingly. I'm just reminding you, don't go back on your belief. Just let him say, you know what? God say he own it. I'm gonna let him own it. And he say, and as long as I be his trustee, his steward, I can benefit from his creation. Bet. I like that. I like that deal. You were presumed dead. The world never saw you. It saw your fiction. It spoke to your all caps names, your ends legis, your birth certificate, that social security number. That's why they want the last four of your social. Oh, what's the last four of the social? Yeah, okay, bet. Yeah, yeah. The devil is a lie. Under the Trustee Act of 1666, every man and woman registered at birth is legally presumed lost at sea, civilly dead. This presumption allowed the state to become trustee of your estate, allowed courts to act in rem against property, justified taxes, garnishments, and regulation, disconnected you from your true name, jurisdiction, and purpose. Until rebutted, you were a ward, a debtor, a ghost in commerce. Today, you resurrect your status. You came into this class as a shadow, you leave as a steward. Resurrection is not mystical, it is a legal, lawful, and divine. You declared your status in truth. You constructed the trust of divine governance. You corrected commercial record. You tendered redemption and lawful equity. Resurrection means you are no longer assumed lost. You are now recognized in honor. Your estate is no longer orphaned. It is now under trust. This is the true meaning of being born again, not in ritual, but in equity. This is a rebirth through a new entity, which is the irrevocable trust that is your covenant that will redeem you. So now when you read the scripture and then God say he is your redeemer, you can really feel it in your heart. You can say, oh, wow, like I had to put my contract with him in writing and then put this writing in the public and then use the bonds that he is backing and then issue them. And oh my goodness, they're being honored. Why? Because that's how that when you move through trust, they have to honor it because it's equity. And they know that everything they did it's constructive fraud. They know that the trust that they had was a constructive trust that they was able to get over on because you didn't know what was going on. And so the moment you come there with a greater truth, and a greater truth is always when you acknowledge God and put him first. That's always a greater truth. And everything that comes after that that's aligned with that will redeem you. Telling you what I know. Now, not by rebellion, but by truth, contract, equity, and trust. You didn't escape, you fulfilled. You didn't fight the system, you rose above it. We're not going to burn no flags, break laws, or reject duty. That's not what this is. Instead, you spoken truth. In your affidavit of status correction, you honor equity by forming your trust, perfected contract through your UCC and security agreement, performed redemption with your bonds. He who fulfills contract in equity stands higher than he who files a complaint in law. This is not activism. This is amana. This is stewardship. This is trusteeship. This is a sacred governance. Again, we're speaking in past tense because we're speaking this into existence. You've already done this. It is already done. Life and death is in the power of the tongue. You speak as if it's already done. That is the power of manifestation. You do not speak lack into your life. Those who believe and do good works, for them is no fear, nor shall they grieve. Quran 2:62. Belief must be matched with performance, and performance begins with trust. You believe in Allah, or in God, in the Most High, God of Abraham, the God of Moses, God of Jesus, God of Jonah, Joseph, Solomon, Lot, and all the ones that are never mentioned. That every last man on the earth, at the end of the day, still serve and acknowledge the same God, regardless of what they call him, because it's only one. You did the work and you built what the angels once feared to carry on. And now, as trustee of your covenant, you are free from fear of the state, court, or code, free from grief over lost opportunity, stolen identity, or wrongful debt. You now stand under divine contract, and no man can override it. No man can come in here and say that you're not in the covenant with God when they use the covenant to get to where they are. They can't, turn that dollar, that Federal Reserve note around, and you see in God we trust. So no one can rebut your standing if you're standing in truth, if you're standing in honor, if you're standing in equity, and if you're not lying to yourself, if you're not trying to get one over on God. There is not a single man on this earth that's going to come and collapse your trust. Nobody. Only you at that point can collapse your trust if you go back on your word. Because a contract with God, it must be answered for. So you better not go back on your word. Because I don't know what's going to happen. Summary: you are not civilly dead. You are lawfully resurrected. You are not a person. You're a living trustee of Allah's creation, God's creation. You're not in rebellion. You are in alignment with equity. You are not abandoned. You are chosen to fulfill the trust. You are the proof that redemption is not only possible, it is lawful, spiritual, and destined. You will be the walking proof in your family. Because people around you, they wondering you've been on this stuff, and they're like, and people been watching you, looking, seeing what's gonna happen. And but we not walking in confusion. We're not deluded about anything. You just needed to know that you need to operate in trust. That when you interact with commerce, when you execute these bonds, private indemnity bonds, offset bonds, when you fill out these IRS forms, it needs to be your trust that is listed, and you only need to be signing as trustee for your trust that is foreign. It needs to be foreign trust, not within their jurisdiction. You need to have your security agreement, the trust over the ens legis, over the capital letter name. You, the living man, will not be the secured party for an instrument. Like, why would you list yourself as a secured party for an instrument that you never created? You did not create it. They created it. So why? So therefore, you want no liability. So what you will do is you will form that trust, and that trust will redeem you. You form the trust with God, the trust redeems you. Period. That's how it works. It works like that through scripture, and it's going to work like that in commerce. Because that's equity. Because they follow the maxims of equity, which come from God. So they have to honor it. But they just put it on hush hush. But now I'm sounding the alarm. I'm putting it on blast. So now I got some bonus slides in here dealing with the definitions from IRC subsection 7701, domestic versus foreign trust. Jurisdiction defines status, and status determines remedy. Until you understand the IRS definition, you remain in presumption. The source, Internal Revenue Code. Subsection 7701, the IRC, subsection 7701A provides foundational definitions for how IRS classifies trusts. These definitions are critical in distinguishing whether a trust is domestic and therefore subject to U.S. tax law and statutory jurisdiction, or foreign and therefore outside of the ordinary reach of the U.S. administrative law. Definition of domestic trust, IRC 7701A30E. The term United States person means E, any trust if I, a court within the United States, is able to exercise primary supervision over the administration of the trust. And 2, one or more United States persons have the authority to control all substantial decisions of the trust. In other words, a domestic trust is under the jurisdiction of the U.S. court and has a U.S. person making the key decision. If both of these conditions are true, the trust is fully domestic and taxable under U.S. law. Ma'am, sir, you have a trust covenant with God. At what point and how could any U.S. court or any U.S. person step in and start talking about your faith? Can't ever happen. Definition, foreign trust, IRC, subsection 7701A31. The term foreign estate or trust means an estate or trust other than a domestic estate or trust. By default, a foreign trust is any trust that fails either part of the domestic trust test. U.S. courts do not supervise the administration. U.S. persons do not control substantial decision. If either is absent, the trust is foreign by law. I have these definitions here because you need them so you don't think I'm just talking. You need to know that you have the authority. You need to know that you're standing in exclusive equity. You standing on nothing but straight facts, straight truth. This ain't nothing about playing fancy games with words. This is just truth. And the only people that think they fancy words are people that have not picked up a book and read. They just watching the goddamn news. The 2 tests for foreign trust status, 26 CFR section 301.7701-7. IRS regulations also define how to determine if a trust is foreign. Court test, is a U.S. court able to exercise primary supervision? If the trust says no court of the United States has supervisory authority, passes foreign test. Control test, do U.S. persons control key decisions? If substantial decision, trustee appointments, investments, distributions, etc., are controlled by a foreign individual or trust, or a living man operate under divine law outside of U.S. code, it passes the foreign test. Fail 1 equals foreign trust. Fail both equals definitely foreign. Regardless, it's foreign. Most people trust aren't foreign because they actually say this trust is governed by the United States laws. Oh, well, yeah, definitely domestic, buddy, because you said it, not them. And why? And most people trust is domestic because they have an attorney that work for the public, that work on the public side, set up their trust. So by default, their templates, their forms that they use always make the United States have jurisdiction over them. Your divine trusts are foreign by law. Your trust documents intentionally fail both tests by declaring exclusive Quranic jurisdiction or biblical jurisdiction. You know, and I say use that loosely. You want to use the Torah, Psalms, Gospel, original jurisdiction. You know, yeah, appointing trustees who are not U.S. persons or as defined by our IRC subsection 7701A30. And none of us are U.S. persons. Everybody, we all correct in our status, and none of us are U.S. persons, including language that rejects U.S. court supervision. Thus, covenant trust equal foreign trust, redemption trust equal foreign trust, used for commerce, not public benefit, revocable trust equals private, non-statutory, foreign by form, unless interacting publicly. Practical benefits of foreign trust status, no 1041 required unless U.S. source income is reported, not subject to backup withholding, use W8BN, outside reach of U.S. court control, immune from statutory obligations, absent voluntary consent, eligible to tender bonds and engage in remedy as a foreign fiduciary. All right, summary table, domestic trust, again, defined by 7701A30E, meaning U.S. court supervision plus U.S. person control. That's what a domestic trust is. Foreign trust, 7701A31. If it fails the prior, if it fails the that test, so that means if the court doesn't have supervision, if the U.S. person is not in control, then it is foreign. U.S. person, 7701. A30, citizen, resident, or U.S. entity under statutory jurisdiction. Statutory jurisdiction, that can only be talking about an ens legis, a creature of law, someone that is not living. And so once you separate yourself from that ens legis via that UCC1 and that security agreement, using that redemption trust and your affidavit of status correction, you're no longer a U.S. citizen subject to taxes. So trustee, you, the divine law, you are not a U.S. person. You operate as Khalifa under law, under God, under the Most High. You're not a U.S. person. Your trust is not their property. Your jurisdiction is not their courtroom. You're a trustee of Allah or God's law. And the IRS code itself confirms your standing. Say, "O people of the book, come to a word equal between us and you, that we shall not serve anyone but God." This is what the Quran says. The Quran repeatedly tells the ones who read it to go to the people of the book. And when anytime if you ever read the Quran and they say, "Oh, people of the book," it's referring to the people of Moses and the people of Jesus, because they were the only people that could confirm whether or not the Quran was even telling the truth, because they were the people of the book. You know, these are chains of commandments that came down to say the same thing. And so the only people that could actually confirm the Quran is the people of the book, is the Jews and the Christians, period. But anyways, that's another story. Bonus, jurisdictional table, public versus private versus divine equity. The remedy begins with knowing your jurisdiction, for where you stand determines whose law you obey and whose remedy you can access. This table illustrates the three primary jurisdictions for you guys that you must understand. Public statutory, the realm of presumption, contracts, and control. Private contractual equity, the realm of remedy trust and voluntary governance, that's private. And divine equity is amana, the highest realm, your original trust, which is the will of God. So you got public, statutory, private, contractual, equity, and divine, which is stewardship, trusteeship. This jurisdictional comparison table. All right, public jurisdiction, private jurisdiction, and divine equity jurisdiction. So under public jurisdiction, you got a statutory code over a U.S. person, which is a debtor or a citizen. Identity is a legal fiction. Ens legis, controls, the government controls it. Remedy, policy, and procedure, and plea. The presumption, they presume that you are incompetent and liable in debt. Record type, application, and taxpayer filings. Court type, administrative, commercial. The goal, compliance, and performance. They want you a slave. That's public jurisdiction. Under private jurisdiction, your source is your law source is contract, trust law, UCC, status. You be a trustee, grantor, or creditor. Identity, living man acting via trust, control your via your trust instruments, control it. Your remedy is equity, subrogation, and bonds. Presumption, you are sovereign through contract. Your record type, affidavits, private trust, and UCC filings. Court type, chancery, and equity court. Your goal is redemption and remedy. Now, divine equity is a Quran or divine revelation. Your status of the receiver of the divine is stewardship, Khalifa. Identity, living soul under divine law. Control, God as a grantor. You are a trustee. Remedy, redemption, is your righteous deeds. That's you acting in good honor. So it's like you are your deeds. Presumption, you are created to fulfill trust. Your record type, covenant, oath, witness. Quranic law is nothing but natural law. Divine judgment, sacred oath is the court type. So and the goal is fulfillment of divine purpose. So at the end of the day, we were created here. We were given dominion over the heavens and the earth, and we have been entrusted with that. And most of us most of us sit down, Netflix and chill, play video games, or go to the movies. We do everything except answer the call of that covenant, of that trust that we have been entrusted with. And then when other men use their energy and use their ego to entrap you in their trap using their statutory codes because of your ignorance, you get mad at them for doing it, but God told you to hearken, which you did not do. So it's okay because grace found you and it led you this day, and you are now hearkening, you are now doing what you're supposed to do. You're responding to the call. We're all responding to the call. And so therefore it's okay to forgive yourself. It's like you're not behind, you're right on time. Just forgive yourself and move in honor, move in trust, and then redeem yourself. And know that you can redeem yourself. You got to know you can redeem yourself. You cannot move in doubt. You cannot move in worry. You cannot move in fear. If you move in doubt, if you move in worry, you move in fear, it's like you don't even believe in your own covenant. So if you don't believe, how God not gonna let it, he not gonna redeem you. He gonna let you fall victim to your own belief. And if your belief is doubt and worry, he'll let you fall victim to it until you get strong enough, until you say, you know what, I'm gonna believe, and you're gonna move and walk like you believe. Other than that, do what you want to do. Because there's no compulsion. So God don't make you do anything. You do what you want to do. You don't have to listen to nothing I say, nothing he said. But I'm just here as a reminder to remind you of what I believe your heart already know, because everybody in here, we done all been on the same path. We're in the age of alignment. So people only made it on this call, people that have been through stuff. You had to be drugged in the dirt to even be on this Zoom call. Because I know how alignment works. And I got drugged in the dirt. And I'm still here with a happy spirit because I get it. Now, key differences. Public is presumed worship. You are assumed to be a 14th Amendment citizen, a taxpayer, a beneficiary of the state, controlled through what? Licenses, fines, court summons, and benefits. You exist only through legal fiction, and a remedy is conditional. Now, in private is trust and equity. You create trust to hold your estate, operate through UCC filings and security agreements, tender private bonds to discharge liabilities. Jurisdiction is voluntary and contractual. You step into lawful control and exercise remedy under the law of contract and equity. Divine equity equals supreme jurisdiction. You fulfill your original imana, your trusteeship, your stewardship, your covenant. Govern in truth, mercy, and justice. Refuse to oppress or be oppressed. All contracts, trusts, and remedies flow from Allah as the true grantor. You as the trustee acting in honor. You are no longer under man-made jurisdiction. You are under the highest law. Why this table matters. Every court, every forum, every agency wants to know where you stand. This table answers that question before they ask it. If you are public, they control you. If you are private, you control the process. If you operate in divine equity, you become the standard of honor, not a subject of presumption. I'm telling you, these courts do exclusive equity in chambers. In the public, most people operate in the public, so it look like they got control. But the people that operate in true exclusive equity, all the courts acknowledge the equity, but they do it in chambers. It never make it to the public record, so you don't have much evidence of it. And the people that move in exclusive equity, they don't put it out there like that, and they ain't. The things they teach behind closed doors, most of it they say, certain things they say is not to make it to the public. Why? Because these people is mostly them. It's a lot of people teaching exclusive equity from the eyes of King James and Caesar. And so, and for that reason, they hush a lot of things. And they put a very, very high ticket on the information, which cause it to be hush. So yeah, I'm collapsing that trust too. Gonna be people probably not liking how many people I'm gonna wake up. Reinforcement from Quran and equity. Allah commands you to render trust to whom they are due. Quran 458. Let there be no compulsion in religion. Truth stands out clear from error. Equity will not allow a wrong without a remedy. That is maxim of chancery. Equity will not allow a wrong without a remedy. They have did this wrong, so there is a remedy, and the remedy is your self-actualization. You forming your trust. Summary. You are no longer stuck in public fiction. You are no longer just managing your private affairs. You're now standing in divine equity, where remedy is righteous and performance is worship. The true performance is the true worship is your performance, is you acting in trust, acting in honor. That is an act of worship, not just going into a building and saying you're worshiping. Let your contracts reflect truth. Let your trust reflect divine order, and let your status reflect who you really are. Your status is your heart. Your status is your action. And your status is your trust, is you honoring your trust. Your status is your seal that you will put on your paperwork. Your status is how you move in equity. That's your status. Most people don't have no status because they're not moving in equity. But they're talking about it, but they're not moving in equity. And so this concludes the slides. And so now everybody can ask the questions that they need to ask. B Sharp, what's up? I see your hand was raised.
Yes, sir. So when we begin to operate in equity, is this something we put on the docket, or we just have to go in court and speak?
No, you give constructive notice, because before you even get to court, you're gonna provide the court, the judge, he's gonna have copies of your affidavit of status question, your fiduciary, affidavit of fiduciary standing. Then you're gonna whatever the claim is, because if you're in court, there's someone they're trying to offer you a contract, and so you're gonna fulfill, you're gonna issue an indemnity, you're gonna issue a bond, you're gonna offset that stuff. I'm saying you're not going there to argue, and you ain't nothing to talk about, because the court session is for the ins legis. Once the ins legis got a UCC one on file, is the secured party creditor. Once the ins legis has a secured party that's there to identify it, to deliver it from sin, from debt, there's nothing to talk about. But unless you have all your stuff in order, then you in dishonor. Most people they go in dishonor.
Okay. No, I'm finishing it and putting it together. So I'll talk to you after off the record. Thank you.
Yep, you ready? Liddy?
Someone has their hands raised.
Yeah, Garrity, you gotta speak up. I see your mic off, but I mean, I can't hear you. Hey, by the way, how was this Zoom? How was this Zoom class, everybody? I mean, I need some feedback.
Yeah, I got questions. I'm sorry I didn't raise my hand. I was waiting for that person. So while you were conducting the presentation, it was really good, by the way. It was
Thank
great.
you.
Yes, great.
Very straightforward, very clear, and I think I was able to grasp pretty much everything. It was a little bit extensive, but that was really good, very comprehensive. So
yeah, comprehensive status correction.
So
and this is just the beginning. This is just this Zoom class. That had nothing to do with the other Zoom class I got to give y'all.
I'm super excited. Let me tell you, you got me already, bump up. So at the beginning, when you start your first slide, you mentioned that the Morocco or the Moroccans has a treaty with the U.S. and so on. But the Moroccan they had a defined identity and location. Like the Moors, they are the same as Moors, right? So
yeah,
but I'm not from that region of the world. Would that bring any implication into the process?
Nah, man, because the peace treaty governed by the Quran. The Quran is a covenant for the entire mankind. If you read that, it's a book of constitution. It was the constitution for Saudi Arabia back in the 6th century AD. That is a book of law, a book of nothing but law and guidance. And so if that book was used, because they said Bismillah in the actual treaty, it says Bismillah, like here Rahman Rahim. So that let me know everything I need to know about that contract, because I know what that book says about contract, and I know what can't be. I know what that contract, what that treaty can't represent. So it don't really matter what your religion is, what your color is, don't matter none of that stuff.
Understood. So my second question is, I noticed you didn't mention it throughout the presentation, but somehow I was expecting maybe see it sometimes later within this course, if I can call it correctly. I know there is a process for reclaiming back or reclaiming those security interests that have been and bonds that have been, being created from the fictional entity, which is
Well,
in
that's
this.
1099A is for acquisition and abandonment. And so that means when you find instruments and you run and you try to look for a perhaps master CUSIP number, and you do a forensic audit and all that kind of things. I mean, that like you have to go through that process, but that's not the reason it wasn't mentioned because it had nothing to do with a status correction. That is
I
something
know.
you do. Yeah, I'm just telling you why you didn't see it, because
Okay.
there was no need to mention it when we
So it
corrected
may
it.
be
Yeah.
it may be part of your second, I don't know, round for once people pass the base course, which is this, and then maybe on a future somehow, um, open something like for that process.
I mean, the only thing, that process is easy. Once you identify whatever it is that they traded, you file a 1099A and a 1099Bs, and you do a 1041 filing.
Gotcha.
It's simple. I mean,
Okay.
but then it's like you got some treasury documents and stuff. See what part of it's simple, then part of it's like it's more to it actually. No, depending on what you're trying to claim. So, but yeah, I don't want to get too deep into that. I want to stick on like the foundational status correction, because the main thing about a status correction is people getting their license suspended, child support, all these different things, because the court, because they're still tied to that ends legis, and they want to be able to. You got people in jail right now because of that status, and so once the status is corrected properly through trust, and they can properly indemnify themselves and clear themselves of that burden, you know, then people can from there, we can go from there.
Okay.
But
I think I get it in the future, that process. So another question, just maybe someone else has questions. So I just want to finish mine quick. So another question is, I know when handling with the Federal Reserve Bank, I know there is a process behind when for mortgages and so on. Have you thought about creating a Federal Reserve discount access window in the future?
nah,
Uh,
because I created I got Service Humanity Coin. I've already created in the name of God, minted. I got 100 billion Service Humanity Coin that's on the XRP ledger. I'm giving, like, the first 10,000 holders, I'm giving 111,000 coins to. Like right now I already got 300 holders, and and beyond that, the currency is a dollar to dollar ratio, meaning beyond me giving them 111,000, they want more. They got to, $100 get 100 Service Humanity coins. And then starting 2025, I'm going to be using that same currency. I'm going to be accepting that at a dollar for dollar ratio for my produce business, because I also have a Service Humanity produce business, and I will allow people to purchase produce from my produce, and they will use Service Humanity coin. I don't need the Federal Reserve Bank for shit, because I already got more currency than, like, I already established a equitable base private currency. And on God, it's gonna be the most valuable currency on the planet Earth, because it's created in God's name. It's not it's not tied to speculation. It's tied to real world faith. and it will have real world use, and I already been circulating it, and I created it towards the end of 2024. I've been giving it out since the beginning of this year. People don't hear me talk about it that much because I be doing a whole bunch, but like when it comes to I'm challenging the Federal Reserve Bank. I already sat in a room with special agents, literally in Florida. I have literally told them in multiple three-letter agencies, the FBI, all of that. I told them all that I'm challenging the Rothschilds, the Federal Reserve Bank, and I told them that I created the currency and I'm handing it out, and for the sole purpose of challenging Federal Reserve Bank because they need to be off my land. And I told them that, and I'm already doing that. So it's like I don't want anything from them personally. I don't need nothing from them because we live in the age of crypto, blockchain technology. This is like you have to know how the new financial system is working. So I already got the equity that we need. Once we have the holders, then all the value reveals itself, and everybody around me is billionaires. So I'm gonna have 10,000 billionaires around me within the next 12 months. I guarantee you.
Awesome. I think I grasp, the essence of the message you transmitted with that. So
Mm-hmm.
I would love, outside this, get a little bit more, on that issue, except not issue, but that topic. But I would love to get engaged on that.
Gotcha.
So
Let me let anybody else. Hold on. Let me
thanks.
let somebody else ask some questions. You can come back around. Anybody else got some
Sure.
questions?
I got one.
Oh, hmm?
I got one more, but I can wait.
Yeah. Let's let somebody else get some in.
Okay.
Hey, greetings, Khalif. Phil.
Peace.
So I had put up there earlier. So do you operate still with your driver's license, or let's just say like airport and anything public related? Do you reference to your passport and TWIC card?
Well, no. I mean, the driver license that I do have it's a general delivery UCC 1-308. I'm not really contracted, but I have it. And then like once I'm about to send in and get this passport, and then I'm going to be using that. But I mean, I don't have any vehicle or nothing registered in my name or nothing like that. I don't have no insurance and none of that stuff. I got very limited, like I hardly have nothing in the system that's in my name. I don't think I have anything really because even the phone I have is in the business name. And so,
Right.
So
Okay,
you
so
do
once
have a
we do
driver
part of
license,
this,
hold on one
but
second. Yeah, let her finish your question.
yeah, so once we finish the status correction, part of that process, then like you stated, because I've also seen on Instagram with your driver's license, your UCC registered address, which is in Florida. So is that
Mm-hmm.
part of this here, or is that a whole nother different program
Hold
for
on. No,
as
ask that.
far as following that to opt out of that as well?
Okay. Well, I'm saying, that twig is something I had because I was a longshoreman. And so, but it's also, federal identification that I'm
Right.
including in trust. And, but I mean, at the end of the day, ultimately you're going to be using your passport and issuing your own identification through trust. Like I'm moving away from that. Um, but that's just what I have now. And then, but so I suggest that everyone at least go take your address. It's that address on your
Mm-hmm.
driver's license will give that jurisdiction. Take your address off the driver's license. Put general delivery and general and they're gonna want to know where you live. And so
Mm-hmm.
this is where it becomes important to know who you are. You're a sentient being. And so it's like this is why you put everything in trust. This is why trust owns everything. So you don't live anywhere. You don't have anywhere you live. Like when literally I'm at the DMV in Tallahassee, Florida, and I'm telling them, I say, listen here, man. I say, I need you to put rural free delivery or something on there. He said, well, we don't do rural delivery. We only do general delivery. I said, well, put general delivery. That well, you can't have an address. I said, well, I don't have no address. He said, well, what are you? I said, listen, man. I said, if you need to have a mailing address where mail goes, and you can use this address. This is not where I stayed, but Mel can go there, and here's evidence of Mel going there. But me, I don't stay nowhere. I say, so put whatever you have to put. They said, I said, well, put under the bridge, going with the wind, whatever. Literally, I literally wrote on there. I think I wrote on there where I live. I said, going with the wind, literally. And I looked at him like he was crazy, like on God, because I'm like, don't play with me. You're gonna do what I tell you to do, or else I'm gonna fucking sue you. I don't mean to curse, but I be that serious about what it is. When I come to do something, I'm that serious. And no one in that building gonna tell me I can't do it. And they didn't. And I walked out there with the UCC and I signed UCC 1-308. And but even then, I'm still gonna send. I still gotta send some things to the to them because to further rebut presumptions. And but they're gonna get the status correction, and then eventually I'm just not gonna I'm not gonna have that license. But I do be renting a vehicle, and so it'd be good, for the transitional phases. I don't recommend anyone just outright get rid of anything because I'm not trying to make anyone's life hard on them. But what you do want is you want to remove liability. So the way you remove liability is sign UCC 1-308, have general delivery. You are the authorized holder of that identification card for your ends legis. That's not that card represent that you just nothing but an authorized user for your ends, and it don't represent you. It represents your ends legis. That name on there represents your ends legis. So once you have the proper mindset about what that identification is, then you won't put yourself in that jurisdiction by consent, voluntary consent through ignorance.
Right. So what type of passport would you be following? Because I know you're not going to do a regular passport.
Well, I'm just saying, no, I'm gonna fill out the DS11 and I'll give you a copy of that. But I'm just not putting US. I'm just not a US citizen.
Gotcha.
You're just not gonna put US citizen because you're not. I'm not. That's all. I'm not a US citizen, and so so you'll end up with a 4 or maybe even a 5-star. After it's all said and done. But the point is, you're not a U.S. citizen. So therefore, you don't want to put anything about being a U.S. citizen.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I had a question to ask. My question is, I got kicked off at the time you were talking about the Form 56.
Mm-hmm.
Is any way that I know, I'm going to tell you right now, at this time, I'm trying to do the Form 56 and the Form 56F. But I know the 456F is going to wait. But the Form 56, I'm glad you mentioned it because I was filling it out and I had the issue that I had at the time. I was trying to figure out who do I put down on the second page for the court. And someone told me that I was supposed to put the vital records as the address.
But what's your purpose of the Form 56? What are you trying to do?
Well, I'm trying to get whatever I'm entitled to. So I want to make sure. So if the Form 56 is something that I don't need to do,
the Form 56 it has a function. You fill Form 56 out for different things at different times, and you use different people. So it's like if you're in a case, if I have a bankruptcy case or a court case, I'm going to list I'm going to list the ends the clerk or the judge or whoever as the fiduciary over the ends legis. I'm going to create that fiduciary relationship. If I'm dealing in bankruptcy, I'm going to list the trustee as a fiduciary over the ends legis to create that fiduciary relationship and that obligation. If I'm sending in a bond to the treasury, if I'm sending in things to the treasury, I'm going to list the secretary of treasury as the fiduciary over the ends legis. But also you're gonna, when you start talking about Form 56, where your trust at? You shouldn't be doing anything with a Form 56 unless you operate in equity, and you have to have your foreign trust. That's what this comprehensive class was all about. You gotta go over everything because you should not be touching no Form 56 until you operate in trust.
Okay, that's the reason why I was asking because I've already did some of this stuff already. So I already have my trust. I have my Declaration of Independence. I have my
and is it foreign though? I'm saying what kind of trust? I'm saying trust.
I have a revocable set up right now. I just don't have to read. And when you said that you were saying the EIN. I was like, oh my God, I done got this set up and went and created a trust and put the EIN. I haven't had it notarized, nor did I open up the account, open up a bank account yet. I'm trying to do everything right the first time. So
Yeah, I'm saying you can always redo things. You can reclassify, just redo a trust all over. But you're gonna have to follow the steps that are within this class. You got to
hmm
follow. You got to do. It has to be in the format that I say it needs to be in. Meaning, it has to
okay.
be. You have to have foreign status, and you got to meet the requirements for foreign status. But again, though, this is like I said, this is not a tactic that I'm doing. I'm actually following divine law, scripture. I'm just
Yeah.
putting it in layman's terms. I'm showing everybody how it's actually done and recognized in this system. And so, again, you know, I have done things the wrong way. I have, because we all had to learn. And so, and now
That's
I'm
why I'm
just teaching
asking.
y'all the right way.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking now because I'm like, I'm hold up. But mind you, I've already been doing this process since towards the end of last year. So I
Hmm.
already own my birth certificate. I already did the authentication on the state and federal level. And I just like sat here and knows that I had just got my birth certificate back in May, just in time because Washington D.C. is no longer
Hmm.
Washington D.C. So I got my birth certificate back just in time at the time. So I've already been to Social Security, did to had them to do the descendant letter, and I've already got my FOIA letter from Homeland Security telling me they can't find me in their system as a U.S. citizen. So I
Yeah, but
already
even with the man, once you, like I said, that FOIA don't have nothing on the affidavit. I don't care what nobody say.
okay.
Cause this is the affidavit. This is your
True.
declaration. This is your covenant with God. Down the
Mhm.
FOIA. I got the FOIA too, though. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. I just know how equity works. I don't need a FOIA to prove that I'm not a U.S. citizen. I mean,
Yeah.
that that U.S. citizen is the birth certificate.
Yep.
And the fact that I already have the evidence that they trading that shit. I already filed a 1099-A. I already claimed 132 million. I already gave state of Florida access to 132 million from that. They already signed a W-9. So they can't tell me shit that they're not doing nothing. I already got the
Oh,
evidence. So this ain't so it's like that. My evidence serves as evidence for everybody. Because
yeah.
if it's happening to me, it's happening to you. Period. And so
I,
so only thing we have to do is set up our trust and then ratify our covenant with God and then set up our bonds, send them off to the treasury, let them mature, and then let them sit there for 30 days and then start cleaning up our estate with our redemption trust. It's that simple. We ain't gonna make it hard. But
I,
again, that's why I'm going to be emailing everybody. I'm going to be emailing everybody these other classes that you have to watch with this forms that you have to start filling out, and then we're going to schedule these calls. That I'm gonna have to schedule a call with y'all. But y'all have got to watch these other classes because it just you got to watch the other classes that I'm giving y'all. This is like I said, comprehensive status correction. So I need to make sure everybody watch everything so that you don't ask me a question that's already answered. That in a class that I already did. That way when we do schedule the call, we do have the call, we can be on the same page, and we don't just be wasting time because nobody has time to waste.
I'm glad that I hit you up because I hit you up because that's all I've been doing is on TikTok is was receiving downloads of information and I've been watching your videos. I've been watching other people's videos and I do know that some people has their own different process of how they doing their way that they're doing it and then just to hear when you were saying the process some of the process that I'm doing I could have been, is wrong. So I'm glad I hit you up and I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
I done seen everybody process, and at the end of the day, exclusive equity is only way. So if a person doing exclusive equity, then they're doing it the right way. I mean, if they move through private trust, you ain't no other way to do it other than moving through trust. If a person, if they're not moving through trust, if they're not, if it's not foreign, and if and if they're not listening to trust as a secure party, then they're doing it the wrong way. And I'm not even saying that you listen yourself to living man at the secure party. I'm not saying that it won't get honored, because I have seen it get honored. What I'm saying is it's going to be discretionary, and it's going to put a whole lot of liability on you. So it's not the right way to move in exclusive equity. It's only one way to move in exclusive equity, and that's exclusive equity, and that's done through trust. Matthew. Oh.
Thank you. So I got a quick question. Well, actually, two of them. First, will you explain at some point how to get the QSIP for the birth certificate so we can do what you did for the state of Florida with the 1099?
Yeah, I paid a broker. I got a guy that deal with his broker. So everybody I send everybody, I include my dude number in the email so that y'all can give them your information, fill out the form, and you get it that way. That's how I did. I just paid. I didn't really look it up myself. I paid for the services. Sometimes
Okay, cool.
it's easier that way.
Thank you.
It was a 215.
Okay.
$215, yeah.
Thank you. And my second question is, I see, I've studied a lot of people's processes. I've looked at a lot of different trusts, and I've done exclusive equity. I've gone through Works stuff and a bunch of other people. And I know State Nationals Rock, they do the Divine Trust just like you, but they use Public Law 97-280, which is the year of the Bible, 1983, to use that as their foundation instead of the Quran. Is there any difference in that, or is it the same thing?
No, I'm saying as long as you're using divine revelation, because I acknowledge the divine origination of the Bible as well as the Quran, so it doesn't really matter. I know some people are going to use the Bible, some people are going to use the Quran, but the point is you're acknowledging you're acknowledging divine scripture as the grantor, as the authority, because your soul has to acknowledge the higher power. That's what this is about.
Perfect. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Minister Kafil, you said you offer the information for the QSIPs. Where is that?
Well, you're in the class. I'll just post it. I'll just post the dude number in the school in the mentor program. Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody else got questions?
Yeah, sure. I have a question also regarding to the IUL or life insurance. Is that something you would cover in the future as part of
I got people that do that.
Okay.
I'm saying I got people that do that. I don't personally get into it. Why? That's the whole reason I created a cryptocurrency Serve Humanity coin. I don't see. That's another thing. The reason I don't talk about that, because I don't want my personal beliefs to stop anyone from doing what they want to do. I don't really get into insurance schemes. I know it works. I know that you can use it to enrich the trust. I know all about that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, I'm already sitting, I'm already sitting on 100 billion Serving Humanity coin. I got the same. I use the same model as XRP. So there's 100 billion XRP that will ever be in existence, and it's a deflationary currency. So they constantly burning stuff off. There's only 100 billion Serving Humanity coins that will ever be in existence, and so and at the end of the day, I created this. This is gonna be a coin that trade at minimum 10,000 in the future. So it's like we're sitting on trillions in the treasury. I already have the treasury for the people. I'm just holding it in divine stewardship, not for unjust enrichment, because I'm going to have the same 111,000 coins that I'm handing out to 10,000 people. In my own individual wallet, I will only have 111,000. Everything's going to be governed by smart contracts, self-executing contract. It will be impossible for me to do any wrong, because everything will be done in open. It's going to be more than me that holds. It's going to be a six key operation, where it's going to take more than my key to move funds to whatever, to handle whatever. So it's like It's like I'm telling you, within the next 12 months, I'm gonna fund our own insurance. Like we're gonna fund everything. And it's only possible because of this transitional phase that the world is in because of blockchain technology, because I'm privy to it, because it's like it's like I have a nerd side of me that I went and I did what I did through inspiration because I knew how to do it. And so now that I then created it, it just I have the heart that I have, and so I did. And so this is about giving us power. And so it's like it might be a hard thing for people to believe until they see it, but there's a lot of people that are already holding it and they already can see it. And then some people that just now hearing it, they just have to see more of it so they can believe it and become more convicted in it. But I can't tell you right now that I'm going to put all these insurance companies out of business. Serving humanity is going to be a household brand name. It's going to put Walmart out of business. Every last corporation is going to put them out of business. Why? Because I'm going to serve the people better than these corporations are serving, and I'm going to give more than they're giving. And then no one's going to have a reason to do business with them. Why? Because all their needs are fulfilled, and they're rich as hell. That's why. Because I'm going to prove to the whole world that God run this show and that we all wealthy. And the only reason that we living in lack is because we're living under someone's constructive trust. And the moment we go into our own trust, everything flows. It's just that you have to experience and live it. And then, but we'll have more conversations where you'll see what I'm talking about. But this ain't, I'm only talking about something I already started doing. So I don't have to do nothing. I already started it. I already have it. It's already, people already holding a Serving Humanity coin. And I already established a Serving Humanity produce. I was selling produce in Jacksonville, Florida for over 2 years. Everybody in Jacksonville know me at the produce man. I drove all around Jacksonville. I used to do produce markets. And so I already had the connections. I'm already connected to farms. I already control over 50 acres in St. Mary's. I already have about 7 acres in Alabama, Grand Bay, Alabama. I already tied to multiple farmers. They cannot stop me. I'm already plugged to wealth. I don't need money. I already got resources. But what I do need is to get the word out there. What I do need is people that believe. What I do need is, I need it to be known. And so I'm on Instagram. And then I got a following. And then now I can connect everything that I've been working on. I'm going to connect it together. And then everything's going to flow. Everything's going to flow because it's not about self-enrichment. This is about just me being used by God so that life can be easier for us all. And then everybody's going to be rich because everybody already rich, but you got to claim it yourself. I can't claim it for you.
Understood. I can
But yeah,
see.
I'll hook you up with my
I
people
can
though,
see
if
the
you want the insurance.
projection. Yeah, I can see the projection you're talking about,
Mm-hmm.
and why you incline more for instead of IUL to something different, which is the coins you're talking on
Yeah,
the.
I personally don't want nothing to do with them personally. And I don't want them to think that their business model made me wealthy. They can go kick rocks. I don't need them. I need God. I need faith. I need my action. And I just need to fulfill the word that I gave to God in secrecy. The one that I tell him that I'm doing right now, I just need to fulfill that word. And so like even the funds that I use, even when I take 500 and I say, hey, this is a $500 consideration, a lot of that is going towards the liquidity for the coin anyways. I'm going to give it back anyways. People don't even know what I'm doing. I don't move selfishly with anything that I do.
When it comes to you went through the slides for irrevocable and revocable trust. Do you have something set up as an illustration? Which one would be the outer protector and which one would be the inner protector?
The redemption is the outer protection. The redemption trust is the irrevocable. That's the one that's issuing the bonds.
Okay, I see. All right. So the outer side would be irrevocable, and within would be the revocable.
There's an irrevocable within and irrevocable on the outer, and there's a revocable within that allow you to both of the irrevocables. God is the grantor.
Gotcha.
You're covering you from the inside and out. And the revocable is your living trust that you're moving, you know, from day-to-day transaction, whatever, in the private, and it's private. And and the EIN that you get will be for banking purposes only.
Sure. Yeah. The reason is I didn't see any, illustration in terms of figures. You went through the words and everything. I kind of got it, but just want to make sure that that's.
Well, it's I got more classes that everybody gonna be getting. Cause remember now, y'all still got 3 or 4 other classes that y'all gonna have to watch through. And so yeah,
you already got me wired, man. I'm already I can take another 2 hours class right now. So
yeah, I'm telling you,
you got me going.
I be really going in on my classes. Cause like I don't even think people that even teach they don't really they don't go into this detail like this. I haven't seen anyone, not even my old teachers, haven't seen anyone go into this level of detail that I go into.
I have a question.
What's up?
Yeah, what's happening, bro? Thank you for what you're doing.
Ain't no problem.
So my question is kind of with the structure with the trust. So you got the divine trust, the redemption trust, and then the living revocable. The divine and redemption are both irrevocable?
Yeah, they all divine. And
okay.
2 of them are everything divine.
Well, the superior trust, excuse me.
Yeah. But both of the irrevocable trusts, God is the grantor of.
Okay. So because God is the grantor, you're saying that we don't need an EIN, or if we get an EIN?
I'm saying you're not gonna get an EIN for the superior. So my Serving Humanity Trust does not have an EIN. Will never have an EIN. It wouldn't. Okay. It's not a 508c1a. Will never be a 508c1a.
Okay.
I have actually I have a SHC Treasury Trust. That's not mentioned in this this comprehensive in this class because it has nothing to do with like this structure of correcting your status. I have a SHC Treasury Trust that domicile in South Dakota that's like a 508c1a style to not just where necessary. It uses 508c1a, but that's because that's so that the originator of the Serving Humanity coin, which is the Serving Humanity Trust, it transferred those coins to the Serving Humanity, the Serving Humanity, the SHC Treasury Trust, so that it can do what it needs to do in the public and in commerce with that 100 billion Serving Humanity coin. I don't want the other trust is not going to touch the public because you don't want to mix private and public.
Exactly. So I'm trying to really get the structure of this of how you have the irrevocable, under irrevocable, and then the
but y'all gonna be getting more.
I'm just thinking out loud. I'm not rushing anything. That was just on my mind because you briefly mentioned about the EIN earlier, and I know I had a question about that, so I wanted to ask about that.
Yeah, the redemption trust with the EIN. The redemption trust going to get this foreign EIN because it's going to be the secured party.
So is that going to be like a foreign grantor?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if I understood correctly, quick from what Jay said and you responded, so the other trust is gonna have the EIN number, but the
not tied to a social, not tied to no social.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Not tied to a social though.
No, yes, but when you fill up the form, you put foreign.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And the ones you hold with no EIN number are in the inner circle.
Say that again.
So the other one, the one outside, is irrevocable and has the EIN number. And some you have in the inner circle of that, you have trusts that do not have EIN number, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just got that.
I just want to check for clarity because I'm pretty sure you're talking about just like trusts enable you to change the way you move. So the superior one would be like a shield that's in God's name that you're not putting like you have no liability. You're giving all. There's no like you're not
trust is a
operating in
legally
business.
living person.
Yeah. What'd you say? I'm sorry.
A trust is like a legally living person. It's living.
Yes.
It can move, and so therefore, it's like legally, it's another entity is living, and you become a trustee of that. So it is a legal, real, lawful shield.
Yep.
So
And that's what
yeah.
they've been doing for us. They've been acting as trustee, and we're just reclaiming our status, but not owning it because we don't want the liability.
They've been acting as your master.
Yeah, yeah, I know that. But technically, right? Like they also were they the trustee then?
I'm saying no, they're trustee, all right. But what I'm saying is they unjust enrichment.
Yeah, no, I know,
Y'all
I know
see
how
it?
black
So
law
y'all see
defines.
this?
And do you like also you are more for the Quran versus the Bible because of the manipulation in the Bible, and like in the legal system they have you swear on the Bible, yet it tells you in the Bible to never swear. So
Yeah,
I feel like
I'm okay. Well, I mean, I just believe, for my personal belief, I just take the Quran as just, I would say, the a final revelation. It came after the Bible, which it came after the gospel, because really the Bible is a combination of a whole bunch of books. But when we talk about divine revelation, the things that was revealed, we talk about Torah. Torah is a separate book from the Psalms. Psalm is a separate book from the Torah. Psalms is a separate book from the Gospel. Gospel is a separate book from the Psalms. Like all those are they individual books in their own right. They combined it, then called it a Bible. But again, those is books within the Bible that stand alone by themselves. So it's important to know that. But again, so I accept the divine origination of all of them. I just um Quran is just as a Muslim, I accept that's a final revelation. And when I read that, for one, it's less, there's no, it's like, as far as contradictions, meaning it's a very clear book in terms of law. So I don't have to worry about one section of the book violating the other section of presenting a different law that could contradict the other law that it say it put out, or any type of so we're dealing with contract. And so it's a book that say what it say and it don't say what it don't say. And
yeah,
and then that's the same book that's governing the peace treaty that we're currently under, the Moroccan peace treaty. And so
I didn't know that.
yeah,
So
I didn't really know that until last year, to be honest with you. When I read it, so I looked up when it was active, and I said, oh damn, this treaty is still active. It's the longest treaty that ever existed, and it's still active right now. And then when I looked up the Arabic, I said, well, I wonder how this. I said it would. So I had to look up how it started off. I said, if it started off with Bismillah, then I know it's governed by the Quran. And when I saw that, so then that became an indictment against Morocco and the United States, because I just know what's in the Quran as a book. And really that book is an indictment against all the so-called Islamic countries, because they acting against the book. Really, most people don't know it because they haven't really read it, but I know it because I grew up reading it. And so I know, and I grew up believing wrong things even about what I thought the book was saying. So
yeah,
I abandoned a lot of things that some Muslims might not even say I'm Muslim, because I don't do certain things that they don't do, but that ain't got nothing to do with being a believer, because it's more so about what you do with your life, your heart, and your intention and your action. That's worship. Worship is about worship. I mean, every act you do is a form of worship. And so,
yeah,
some of the biggest hypocrites, you find them in the buildings.
for sure. I agree with that
So it's
completely.
like, and I don't, but hey, I just let people, I just learn, and then you can even read in Proverbs. I just, that if you just, it's so much wisdom in Proverbs and Psalms that you learn to let people be people and not judge them. Because when
Yeah.
you start judging people, then you kind of become a hypocrite. And I'd have been a hypocrite, thinking I was
I mean, we
righteous.
all have.
Yeah.
We weren't taught this way, and there's many
Yeah.
interpretations. But when you do pursue legal action, like you said, against the state of Florida and stuff, do you do that in your own person's name, or do you do that in your trust name?
Now everything I'm doing from now on is in Thompson Redemption Trust. Like I'm literally, I have some filings that I have Tunsill revocable living trust involved in certain in equity. It's an equity pleading. So I really didn't compromise the private nature of it, but I still wanted out the public sector. So I'm going to remove it as a party, and I'm going to replace it with my redemption trust. And I have the Servant Humanity Trust. That's the party in that lawsuit against the United States Treasury. I'm going to remove Servant Humanity Trust, replace it with the Redemption Trust. I don't want that trust in the public. And so it's like,
but when you appear, do you appear by special appearance, like so that you don't appear?
I appeared as trustee. And I only come as trustee.
Oh, okay. I did. Okay.
Yeah. Like literally
helpful.
on my paperwork, it say trustee. I don't appear as never as the. I don't make no special appearance on behalf of the straw man, not without a trust. I operate through trust. It's only you only gonna call me trustee.
Okay, cool. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You're welcome. But y'all see this SS4 form?
I saw it.
Yeah. So like this is I faxed this off.
We getting
this off.
Copy?
Huh?
You getting the copy? I got a screenshot.
Yeah. I faxed this off to IRS yesterday, to the Foreign Department. Tunsill Redemption Trust, Executor Kafil-Hamim Quaiyum, Trustee, Carol 2745 Mexico Road, Tallahassee, Florida, near 32308. Country, state where principal business is located, Leon County, Florida. Name responsible party, Kafil-Hamim Quaiyum, SSN, none. 8A, this application for limited liability, no trust, left that blank. Private commercial trust to discharge obligations in equity and honor debts, created trust for that reasons, 7/10/2025. 0 right here on the 13. I checked that off under 14. 16, private trust activity, lawful redemption asset administration. 17, commercial trust issuance of surety bonds, negotiable instruments, and asset protection. Has applicant ever applied? No. Signature UCC 1-308, 710, my phone number. And then I also gave them this cover letter though. Cover letter for EIN, Tunsill Redemption Trust, Internal Revenue. I should have put Ogden, Utah, but it don't matter. I still faxed it to the right place because I didn't mail this off. I faxed it. Subject application for employer identification number, Tunsill Redemption Trust, Trustee Hamim Quaiyum Tunsill, in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, to whom it may concern. I, Kafil-Hamim Quaiyum, Trustee of Tunsill Redemption Trust, am submitting this application for an employer identification number, EIN, for the above captioned entity. Please allow me to clarify the trust nature for the proper and equitable processing of this application. This trust is a private, non-statutory commercial trust created under common law and divine equity, formed in the name of Allah to serve as an instrument for lawful redemption, created to discharge obligations and correct commercial errors through equitable remedies, not a grantor of trust as defined under Internal Revenue Code, subsection 671 through 679. Not a statutory entity established under state corporate law or for income production. The trustee is acting in a fiduciary capacity only and not as a U.S. citizen, resident, taxpayer, or surety for any legis or artificial entity. For this reason, no SSN, ITIN, or other personal taxpayer identification number is included on 7B, line 7B of Form SS4. This trust itself exists in the private and sacred domain, separate and apart from any public office or commercial citizenship. Purpose for EIN, this EIN is being requested for lawful operation of the trust and commerce to administer surety bonds, offset instruments, and commercial obligations in honor and equity. Thank you for honoring this lawful, peaceful request. Should you require further clarification, please contact me in writing at the address listed on Form SS4. With all due honor, respect, may Allah guide us to equity and in truth. Sincerely, boom. And then there is my actual trust seal for Tunsill Redemption Trust, established 2025. That Arabic says sajda, meaning bow, submission, hands out, in the name of Allah, truth, equity, redemption. That's my official trust seal for Tunsill Redemption Trust. That's a sealed document. There's no way they can dishonor this. No way. And I honor y'all, no way. So yeah, but yeah, this is
Kafil, who made you seal? What tool do you use to make it, if you did it or you had someone that did it for you?
Hold on. Y'all see this website?
Yes, stamp maker. Okay.
There you go. The stampmaker.com.
Let me take a snip of that.
So,
I got mine yesterday.
So when you go to stampmaker.com, you're gonna go you're gonna click on embossers right here. You're gonna click on that.
Yeah.
And once you click on that, you're gonna click on the one that says so browser with artwork. You're gonna click on the one that says desktop with artwork and text. So I do the desktop one with artwork and text. You click on that, and what it do is you would put, like I put CI Tunsill Redemption Trust, and then you could put establish, however, and then right here is where you upload your image, and then this is where you put your bottom text, and and then whatever but see, you got the upper text and upper
Inner
yeah,
outer.
yeah,
So
inner outer. So when you forming your text, use your favorite Bible verse. Use a very strong verse, something
okay.
something of significance, so that you can cite your foreign. No, it's going to represent these are foreign. These are spiritual seals. Use a very strong verse. Could be from the Bible or from the Quran. It doesn't matter. Use a very strong verse, and then include it in your seal. And this is where you yeah, boom, you add it to the cart, you make it, and you order it. And yeah, you do that, and you be good.
So a tip would be I need to have first the trust name,
You see,
and then
this is
order to make that seal.
no, yeah, yeah. You got to create a name for the trust,
Yeah.
and then so you can put it on the seal.
Okay.
And then see, I got 4 trusts, 4 seals.
I see.
4 trusts, 4 seals. Y'all see?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we getting a copy of that SS4 and that cover letter?
Yeah, man. I posted. You know what? Let me just hold on.
Thank you.
Man. Yeah. You gonna hold on, guys. SS4 create private securities, publish redemption trust. SS4.
Our whole life was a lie. Lord.
For real.
Sorry, we
Hey, but it's
start
all
all
good though.
over again. I know.
We found out before it was too late.
I know, right?
Let me see something. Let's see, that's on the right one. Yeah, see, I just posted in the chat. All right, everybody got it. So y'all see that?
Yeah.
Y'all better download it.
Appreciate that, bro.
Yeah.
Can I jump in just with a couple quick questions, bro?
Yeah.
First of all, I want to say, not only this course and everything with this bundle, I appreciate I know it's an extreme amount of effort that goes into this. So I got to give you your flowers. I appreciate this because as long as I've been following your Instagram, it's so much information just from the different documents that you don't even necessarily need the whole document, but just to be able to get the understanding, articulation, and apply that to different things that we're already doing. It's a lot of things that you said here that I know a lot of us resonate with different parts of it, but all of that being dragged through the mud, bringing us together here, and all of that. I feel a lot of that, so I appreciate it. Big time, bro. And again, to be able to still do this, to not turn into the robot and the Netflix.
Boy, I'm listen here. I'm telling you, I like sometimes I'm like, man, say I might, boy, listen, if I didn't have God, I'd be a goddamn narcissist.
Is real, man.
Yeah, I'd be like, man, like where your goddamn money? I'll be bad. It'd be bad business. But
it shows in the work. It shows in the work.
Yeah, you can tell you did the work, because
definitely
I was just trying to start to do the work, and it's not even coming close. So I can tell you did the work.
Man, but see, God worked, man. See, God is merciful, because again, it's like I started off in this journey in law. Like I started off not just like I wasn't curious about a straw man. I was sitting in this room learning from an 80-year-old man that's been doing litigation for over 50 years. He got 50 years of experience of doing litigation. His office, his room, he had nothing but books and stacks of everything. Like I was amazed, and I was 21 or something when I was in 2009 when I first met him, and 2015 when I first started working on cases. But between 2009 and 2015, I would go and soak up knowledge from him throughout the years. And so I'm talking about I would sit there for 3 and 4 hours. And when I start, and then it's like, I started taking him serious, meaning I started like, I really wanted to learn everything. And so then I started buying everything. He said, buy this book, buy this book. He told me, Tunsill, he said, you want to learn bankruptcy? Buy this book. So what I do, bankruptcy manual. And then I went through and I became a master at bankruptcy. You want to do federal litigation? Tunsill. O'Connor's, that's the best book. Get. I got the books on the forms, then the civil rules. So then it's like I learned how to do federal litigation by going through here, looking at here, reading the case law, dealing with Florida rules of court. Buy that book. So whatever court, the way I learned law is if I go to Georgia, if I do a case in Georgia, I'm going to get the Georgia rules of court. Colorado, I'm going to get Colorado rules of court, and then I'm going to get the local rules of court because not only do they got the state rules of court, then each county got their local rules, and then I learned all the procedures. Then I learned the Constitution, the supreme law of the land. That's how I was taught. Constitution, supreme law of the land. The statutories are subordinate to the Constitution because if the statute violates the Constitution, then it's not a valid statute. You could challenge it on constitutional grounds. And I did this all in pro se capacity. Now I didn't know nothing about ens legis, about a straw man, about nothing. All I do is I was pro se, First Amendment. I believe in God, and you can't tell me I'm here under my religion, and you can't do nothing to me. And I was talking plenty shit, and they was mad, but they really couldn't do them because that First Amendment is so powerful. They don't tell you how powerful the First Amendment is. When you invoke God, God even come to you, even in a pro se capacity, while you represent your ens legis. Why? Because I'm witness to that. Like most of my success, a lot of my success when I sued the city of Jacksonville, I sued them as in my ens legis name. I didn't know. But I know all I know was y'all violated y'all violated all my rights, meaning y'all violated negligence. They negligence has 4 elements, and they fulfilled the 4 elements of negligence. And so I wanted my money, and I gave myself due process. And so it's like I had that foundation before even ever being exposed to this. Before I ever exposed to a straw man, I had already sued a judge. Before I ever knew that I was linked to a straw man, I had already wrote a brief in the 11th Circuit Court of Appeal. I had already had to go against Pam Bondi when she was the Attorney General of Florida. So I wasn't like no dummy when it came to law. And so and then I was blessed for the moment within 30 days of me finding out about the straw man. Within 30 days, about 30 to 45 days, when I really started looking into this stuff, and I was like, what? I literally came across Gene Keating information. I saw him on YouTube. I saw somebody put some number there. I called somebody. They ended up having his number. They gave me his number. I called him. He answered the phone. And then they say, no, I'm in his class. Man. And I'm on the phone with him, Gene Keating, when he was teaching. So he was like my first mentor on this subject matter. So, and he is not no dummy. So really, I didn't learn too much incorrect shit. So I didn't have to unlearn a lot of shit. Because he the one was telling me, everybody in the sovereign community, they're all dummies. They don't know what to read. Everything's a tax. It's all a tax. It's a tax. And so it's like, and the thing is, everything is tax. Everything is on the tax. So you got to know the tax side of things before that. When they're making a claim, the first thing my mind tells me when someone come and make a claim, I'm like, okay, well, first of all, did you bond your claim? Did you pay the tax? Don't talk to me about the claim. Show me you paid the tax. Because they trying to draw me into argumentation. But why the hell I want to argue if you didn't pay the tax? Why I want to argue if you haven't paid the tax? No, they trying to get me to be surety and me to pay the tax for their fucking claim. That's not happening. I'm too smart. Not gonna do it.
And like you said, that's procedure. That's you beat them with their own rules.
Exactly. And so you can beat them even in legis capacity. But what I'm saying is you're gonna be, it's like, but really what you're doing is you're doing a conditional acceptance, but to do it in honor, to really do it and shut them down, do it through exclusive equity through trust. That's how you really do it. And so Gene Keaton, see, he had superior knowledge in law. He didn't have superior knowledge in trust and equity because it's not what he taught, So it's like, but he just, hey, it's fraud. He taught the fraud. He taught the truth. Everything he said was like the truth, but it's like when you lead in and the basis of your pleading is talking about the fraud that's present in the contract, you push away equity. Now you're getting an at remedy law. Now statutory codes are prevalent. And so you're gonna have to argue your opponent. But when you lead in with equity, you don't talk about the fraud. You talk about owner. You talk about who's the holder in due course. You talk about unjust enrichment, and you make sure that you indemnify yourself and you have your bond so because it's the trust. So it's no longer about you. You're no longer the subject of examination because you're only in the court as trustee for the trust who is protecting the estate and so like that's it. And so it's like people gotta that it's like I just got the best of both worlds because both of my mentors were both in their 80s, and so I've been called a dummy a lot. I had to take a lot of mental abuse. Old people do not care. They're gonna tell it how it is, and you gotta have thick skin, because I'm saying old people had it harder than us. So when they look at us, they're gonna like, man, you weak. You know how hard I had it. You know what I had to go through to even get here.
No
I
internet,
ain't
none
having
of
mercy
that.
on none of y'all.
Word.
And so so it's like I show a little more mercy than my predecessors just because that's what's in my heart. So I ain't here to be like, hey, y'all shit, no, man, because I know that we just all went through what we went through, and at least we here now. That's all. At least we here now. Like shit, because we could not be here.
Yeah.
And so
the trusts are living entity because I thought in court like it goes under maritime law, so they can't deal with living entities.
I'm saying the trust is a living entity, and they can't.
Exactly.
They can't. Yeah, I mean that's why you shut everything down.
That's why I like that because I was like thinking about coming like in my own, just declare, that if you say like you not identify as a person, because by definition that's not a woman or a man, but I like doing it in the trust and not my personal name. It's just
the trust is a person. It's just you got so many definitions for a person. You just so the trust is you're just not going to come in there as so you can be the living person. You know what I'm saying, the living man. But it's like, but the point is, at the end of the day, you're coming in as trustee. So
I like that better.
Yeah, always trustee, always steward for the Lord.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Cool.
Could I ask real quick? So like everything that's included with this bundle, all of the further information that we're gonna get, and like taking time to break it down and study, just off the top of your head, a ballpark, what would be a fair amount of time to implement, to break that stuff down for somebody? Like, again, I'm a reader, but I know we all have life and stuff going on. So just with you knowing everything you're providing, what's a fair amount of time to have that stuff implemented?
In 30 days.
Okay, I like that. I like that.
Not bad at all.
Better. I'm saying because it's like you're gonna go over especially these forms 1 through 19.
Yeah.
I got like literally the class that I did is like I'm literally on one of them. I'm reading over the form. I'm talking about the form. Wow. On one of the classes where I'm breaking, it's like I literally go over everything, and then and you're going to just insert your information, print everything out. The first thing you're going to do is put your is like go over the videos and then fill out the forms and then order your seals.
Word. Okay.
That's what you're gonna do, and then we're gonna schedule a call and we're gonna talk about what you got, so that you can because from there everybody's gonna record. And Pima County, let's see, no, FEMA County recorder. Recorded documents, public FEMA County office recorder. That's it. Yeah. See, everybody gonna come in here document recording. How to record a document.
Can't see it.
Huh? So you can't see?
See a Gmail.
Yeah, Gmail account. Show.
You see it now?
No.
No.
I think we got to swap screens at the top. Oh,
Hold
no,
on.
it was the other one. It was up there.
No, it wasn't
No, it's not
yours.
there.
It was somebody named Vincent.
You see it now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is pima.gov or see, I put in Pima County recorded documents. So recorder, so you click on, this is recorder.pima.gov, but y'all be getting this, but this is where you can go record everything for like 30, but it's 30, like after the fees, like $33 or whatever. Document recording, how to record a document, self-servicing document recording portal. You accept the disclaimer, and then see record document. But so you create an account, and up here you can upload the whole PDF and record everything right here. They get it before 3 p.m. Central. They really on Pacific Standard Time. They in Tucson, Arizona. And so you can record everything right here online from your computer. Once you get everything notarized, get everything sealed, you can get it on record ASAP. Then you can worry about recording it in your actual state. But you want it on record ASAP.
Yeah.
Period. And so yeah. So that's what you do. But I'm just saying, just letting you know what's about to go down after you get this stuff recorded, because it's like I'm about to pretty much make this thing easy for you, because I'm not about to withhold information. I'm not withholding information. I'm making this as easy as I'm making something complex as easy as possible.
So all your documents you send are electronic?
Yeah. And I'm gonna be going to California towards the end of this month. I'm probably in Los Angeles. And so before I go to Los Angeles, I'm going to stop in Tucson. I'm going to start in Pima County, Arizona, and I'm going to pay for some certified copies of what I already have recorded on record.
I see. So when you order your seals, do that come physically or in electronic?
No. The seals. Yeah. So when I order the seals, everything comes on. Oh yeah, hold on, y'all. Yeah. Y'all see me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm saying everything comes. You got these. See these?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah.
what you order is the seal, not the equipment or the tool that makes the seal.
No, this is this right here. This right here. So, this is what y'all gonna be doing. See this roll right here?
Yeah.
So boom, take this out. This is your paper. You put this on the paper.
That's it. Yeah.
Boom. That's on the paper. Take this. See this right here?
Yeah, I see.
Boom.
I see what you do.
Just like the clerks do. Because again, boom, the clerks, seal it. Boom,
yeah.
Seal. That's and that's it. That's
okay. I got
you. That's your authority, because I think, and I will tell you the biggest thing that y'all gonna have to overcome, when you gonna overcome it right now, because I'm the one that's letting you know what you have to overcome, is the fact that it's believing that you have the authority to even issue a seal.
No, I do have the authority even before.
I'm just saying, a lot of people gonna like, well, if I put that seal on there, is it gonna mean anything? Like, oh no, it's gonna mean something.
I tell
because
you,
you're moving in equity. This is your covenant. So when you convicted in your heart, and then once you realize that, wait a minute, you need your seal too, because Florida got their seal. Every when you start dealing international, it's seals. Everybody got a seal. You need your seal interacting internationally. And so if you foreign, then the only thing that shows that you foreign is your seal.
well, I'll tell you this. I was so hyped up that I was willing to challenge the court on the 14th Amendment. I was gonna go straight to there.
And
That's
you know
it.
what I'm saying? And now you're gonna do it with your trust. But really, you ain't gonna argue. Equity not there to argue. You just there to settle the matter.
Understood. So how many trusts? 3 at least?
Yeah, I'm saying 3. Yeah, 3 for this for this redemption. 3 for redemption. You know, because I'm saying you're revocable. You're gonna want 2 of them to stay in the private.
2 to stay in a private?
Mm-hmm.
And 1 is the public, the other one.
Yeah, the redemption.
The redemption. Okay,
and
so it's gonna be 3 seals.
Yeah. Huh?
So
No, ma'am, I'm still in class.
Ask that question.
so do you combine in one of the trusts, do you combine you let's say your private house and then your cars with investments in the same trust?
No, I'm saying you're gonna be moving. You're gonna be transferring a lot of property that's sitting into the irrevocable trust. Because again, you don't own nothing. I mean, I don't own nothing. I don't even have a. I don't say
I
that
know.
because
I know you don't own it, but I mean, I'm thinking that not to combine, house car
like right
with.
now, I got property sitting in my Tunsill revocable trust because I'm doing surety shit. So my Tunsill revocable trust own a few $1 million worth of property. My Tunsill revocable living trust, but I'm going to transfer that. But the point is, it's a pass through trust. So it's property sitting in there right now. Yeah, I got here more.
So you're basically using your living revocable to kind of obtain assets and things, and then you're conveying them over to your irrevocable.
Well, yeah, it's a private trust. So I'm using it for private matters.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm using that for wherever I need to use it for. See this?
Yeah.
Quit claim deed. Record it.
Yeah.
You already run the process for the patent of the land?
No. That's active. Like I'm still working on stuff. But the point is, I'm just showing y'all. I ain't just talking shit.
No, I got you, bro. I got you. I have no doubt.
I'm just saying. That's what I'm using. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I have no doubt.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, not necessary to go to take that route because I'm different. So
well, it's a pass-through trust. It's a pass-through. Things passing through it.
Okay.
It's private. So it's like, and so whatever go in there, it could be $1 billion worth of property in there. It's none of their business.
Okay.
Because it's all private. It's all private contracts. It's all private in the private, dealing with this man, that man, this woman, that woman. It ain't dealing with a bank. I ain't dealing with I'm not dealing with corporate America.
Kafil,
Yeah.
there's an individual in the chat. This is Lady Gritty. I think that's her name. And she wants to know, her mic doesn't work. So she wants to know if she has to record in Pima County, or can she record somewhere else that she would like?
No, you can record anywhere you want to record. I just said Pima County because it's cheaper and you have no resistance, zero resistance, and it counts as constructive trust to the public realm, and so so it's like I'm going to record a Pima, Texas, Florida. I'm going to record everywhere. But the point is, I just record a Pima first to start to immediately start the constructive notice.
What's the fee for Pima account?
$30 plus some fees, so less than $35. It don't matter how many. It can be 60 pages, still $35, $30-some.
But 30 per case or 30?
No, $30 flat.
Flat for life?
Flat for any filing. For any filing, it's gonna be $30 plus a few dollar fees. But you're not about to pay more than $34 or whatever it is to record any document, whether it's one paper or 60 pages. It's going to be $30-some.
So when we go to record, we don't have to record the whole. What is it? It's just the certificate of trust and maybe the last page or something like that. Or
No, you're recording when you go to record. When you go to record, you're recording. Oh, you're recording. See this cover letter? This cover letter.
Yeah.
You're reporting that affidavit of status. You're gonna be canceling out your stuff. You're recording this. All this right here. All of this is recorded. All of this was recorded in one package.
That's one record.
One recording. One recording. Recorded. Recorded. Boom. And that's the last page. All that's recorded. That's what you about to do.
Okay. And you said the reason we do on Pima is one because it's cheaper first.
Well, yeah, but with one because like I went to Florida. Florida was giving me pushback, so I have to do an injunction on them. I have to do an injunction on them because you got some states that will give you pushback, try not to record your stuff. And so, but the point is, you know, so you just get your stuff recorded anywhere, so you can get it constructive notice, and then you start sending it out to the appropriate parties. And so y'all can get that mailing list and there, all of that stuff. But I mean, yeah, it's yeah.
One more quick question, if I can.
What's up?
For family members who are, let's say, skeptical, but they're interested, and I'm sure you get this a lot yourself with people that, it's you come back and do something, and then show me something, and then I'll do it. So, family and people that's in your life this is part of what we're doing a lot of this for. Is it more logical trying to get people in a position to where they're all, because everybody's not competent to do this? Do you make a foundation for yourself and use things like the 508 C1A situation and things like that to provide for people around you? Or do you try to get everybody, do you try to train everybody else to do?
Well, Serving Humanity Trust, my Serving Humanity Trust and my Serving Humanity coin is like that. That's my insurance for everybody.
Okay.
Like essentially, and so it'd be some people that's not even gonna have an irrevocable trust, and I'm going to have I'm probably gonna have my Tunsill Redemption Trust come in as secure party creditor, and then be the irrevocable, because a lot of people, for the people for the people that like not gonna be able to express all this stuff, I'll use my master trust to come in and be secured over the estate, and I'll hold it in trust in the name of God, and because I'm not here to, and so whatever the case is, but I'm saying like on my end, but I mean, but again, for the people that are able mind, I'm not doing nothing for them. They can do it themselves, or they can jump off a bridge. I'm not doing nothing. I don't have nothing to prove to them. Actually, I don't want to prove nothing to them.
Yeah.
I don't have. It's like I already proved it to myself. How did I prove it to myself? The moment when the biggest thing, it's like when you get you run a CUSA report, and then you claim. And no one told me to run a CUSA report on my birth certificate and then claim it on a 1099-8. That I didn't get that instruction from nobody, because nobody was doing it like that. They was doing it. They were saying, "Oh no, you need to do it for this. You need to do this." I'm like, "The shit me." I said, "No what?" Because I do law, so I'm like, "Wait a minute. This is evidence. So
Right.
therefore, I'm immediately gonna tie the state of Florida in that shit. So y'all, like, I don't care. I wouldn't care about getting hit with fraud. You can't hit me with fraud because I'm like, wait a minute now. You telling me that I got goddamn it's what this much money connected to my birth certificate? Oh no. I say, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna immediately file some forms. I ain't worried about the IRS coming up for nothing because I want to go to court. Like, no. Let's go to court. Let's go to court and let's talk about these numbers because I'm so confused. I am so confused. They're like, oh yeah, I'm hiding. Apparently, I'm hiding a lot of money. Apparently, IRS, do you mind going to find this money that some kind of way tied to me that I'm hiding? It's like, what is this? I need to find out. And somebody need to pay the tax on it. And a damn show ain't me. Because but I also need to get my cut. That was my mentality. And so that's why when I did this right here. Let me where my Zoom at? On my phone. Boom. Yeah. So y'all can see that?
Yeah.
Word.
See this?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. I got my arm. 1 second, guys. My headset right here on this. Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So this is the state of Florida right here. Department Financial, you know what I'm saying? And this came from me. My birth certificate. As y'all see, like I said, no matter if it say upper lower, because even right there, it's a upper lower.
Word.
Even on there, 2745 Mississippi Road. You feel me? My mama. Blah blah blah. Anyways, Florida certificate of live birth 109-8907-9077, and then this CUSA report on my birth certificate 109-8906-9077.
Yeah.
So, and then Fidelity Kafil-Hamim Quaiyum Tunsill net inception date. Inception date just means for that pool because everything been moved around, so it's not like it's been sitting there the whole time, but it's sitting there right. It's been sitting there right now, and so that was just the portfolio assets, 1.3 billion. And so the only thing I did was on this so see on this B Kafil-Hamim Quaiyum Tunsill, I listed the state of Florida. Proceeds 132 million.
Yeah.
And stuff, and then so I listed them as the recipient.
Word.
As the recipient. And when I did that, I didn't know what the hell was gonna happen. I didn't know who, like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say, it was a little nervousness, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't care. I was like,
that's
I
a
don't
big
care.
number.
I don't care. I don't care.
Man.
Come get me. I said it's worth going to jail for. I don't care. But hey, they sent me this back. Cause my sister was like, Kafil, you got some mail for the state of Florida. I was like, what did it say?
For real.
But yeah, hey, state of Florida, Department of Financial Services, 200 East Gain Street, Tallahassee, Florida. U.S. person. Boom, they signed it, dated 1/4/24. They gave me their real EIN number.
Word.
So you only sign W-9 whenever you're getting some money.
Yeah.
So like, point is, and then right there, what it say, the description, I put real estate Kafil-Hamim Quaiyum Tunsill, because I'm like, okay, how am I going to describe this? I'm like, well, technically, it's the real estate, and then Kafil-Hamim Quaiyum Tunsill. I was just like, okay, that makes sense. So that's what I put, because that's what it is, and that's what it represents, because it's dealing with the birth certificate. And so
Totally
I put
animal.
that big ass number on there, and I didn't no
No,
they didn't come knocking at my door talking about something I did something wrong. They sent me a W-9 back. So that right there is a win in itself.
That's proof. That's heavy.
Like, yeah, that's proof. That's evidence. That's all the evidence I need. And so I don't have to prove nothing to no one as long as I live, because why don't you go claim $100 million if you got the balls to do it? Like, that's why I tell everybody, like, okay, what you, cause most people don't even have the audacity. They'd be too scared to claim that much money.
I will.
I know people on here will. I'm talking about everybody else out there, they ain't gonna do it. Cause they don't believe it's theirs. I did it because I knew it was mine. I did it because I'm like, they had me messed up. I'm like, no, we gotta fight, bro. Let's go outside, let's put on some boxing gloves, let's strap, let's do something. We gotta fight or something. Either we got to fight or we got something. Something's gonna have to happen. Something's gonna have to give, because there's no way that I'm gonna go to sleep and feel like a man if I don't claim this money.
And
I need to feel like a man.
It's never to liquidate it anyway, right? It's
nah, because I didn't, you know, like right now I'm still waiting on 250,000 because I talked to the IRS about a week and a half ago, because it's in the referral stage, and so it, you know, but it's still coming, you know, like everything good, ain't no, like, they didn't say no red flags or nothing, so it's like I'm looking to get that check in, but that's coming through my Tunsill Revocable Living Trust, so I'm going to remove that trust from, like, I'm going to take that out of the picture. But the point is, like, I filed the 1041 on that thing and everything. Like, you know, I'm not worried about no one telling me it's not mine. Because let's just go to court. Let's go to court right now. That's all. I don't like, let's go to court and then and put your name in writing so I can make sure that I can get you too, for disrupting me and for stopping me from due process. You preventing me, you causing me injury after y'all ass has been raping my estate. So it's like, either you can cough it up now, or you can cough up more later, and I'm gonna make sure that I'm gonna make sure I come after your estate. That's like my mentality. But I'm gonna try to not, because I know, you know, I'm trying to be more merciful to my adversaries, but it's like I ain't playing games about redemption.
Even as you
So
said, it's almost like they all of this works where they let you hang yourself. If your paperwork and everything is right, you have nothing to worry about, which is the whole name of all of this is the equity and just being honorable. And again, so if you live like that, that's why, like, a lot of this resonates with me and the people around me. But at the same time, you could see how greedy people, they don't get this far, because you trying to cut corners and cheat people.
yeah, man, this the long form, and actually, you know what I'm saying, it just, you got, man, it's just hey, it's work, but that's why I'm putting everything. That's why I'm doing everything the way I'm doing it. Like, I'm laying it out in a way that it wasn't laid out for me, because I know what would have made it easy for me, so I'm gonna make it easy for y'all.
I appreciate that. Quick question. I know on the status correction process, I'm gonna need, or am I going to need the birth certificate somehow?
Yeah, at some point you're gonna need either a birth certificate or a naturalization certificate, depending on, you know what I'm saying, and you're gonna need to get it certified and authenticated on the state and federal level.
So, okay, because it will show I was not born here, so that's why.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's
No,
fine.
you got what do you got? Yeah, I'm saying, what do you got? A naturalization? What do you have?
And no, I'm not naturalized.
Yeah, so you just use that. You authenticate the naturalization form. You know, you get that. Now your birth certificate.
Okay.
But
That's the only barrier I've been looking at for months now on the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's
yeah, so
that concerns me.
yeah, no, you be fine, because again, you know, I already dealt with the person who was naturalized. I mean, they had already changed their status. Like, they already have like they got a 4-star passport. You know, they was American State National. They came on American State National, but they from the islands. They wasn't born here.
Okay.
So it don't matter. You be fine.
All right.
But yeah.
All right.
All right, well, we've been on for about 4 hours, so we're gonna wrap it up
so
soon.
it was a pleasure. One thing last before I go, I saw you showing 2 books. Are those different from the 3 you mentioned, or?
Yeah, you talking about
I saw a.
Yeah, you talking about that? That's my bankruptcy code manual, federal rules of civil trials. You know what I'm saying? Those are just that's just that's the bankruptcy manual. So like that bankruptcy manual that has everything to do with bankruptcy. So everything to do with bankruptcy is inside that book. See, everything about everything is in a book. Everything about everything is in a book. Period. It's just that the reason people be on top because they hide the books.
Yes.
That's all. They be like, oh, look at me, I'm so smart, I'm so smart. No, nigga, you just read section 2.3 of this book. Shut up. Like, shut up, nigga. You're not smart. I mean, you hoarding, you trying to be smart. I'm saying you appear to be smart. What you're doing is you're hoarding knowledge, man. You're hoarding knowledge, and I know exactly what paragraph you read. You're plagiarism, buddy. Plagiarism.
People who do that be scared to actually enforce it though and use it. So it's never like
yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. And so it's like, I don't have no problem showing no books because guess what? I know most people is like forget the book. You gotta have the courage to do any of this stuff.
Yeah.
You gotta have faith. You gotta walk in faith. Because you don't even need a book as long as you got faith and you got God on your side. You go in there with His word, and you can collapse everything with His word too. But it take a lot of faith. Yeah. But then you come in there expressing His word. So like when I'm in court, I definitely use the name of Allah a lot more. I use it a lot. Why? Because it makes them all uncomfortable. I'm using it intentionally. I'm like, yeah, I speak way more Arabic in the court because I want everybody to know I ain't foreign to everything they stand for. I'm like, hey, talk beer, brother. Oh, it make them real uncomfortable. So I want you uncomfortable because you're bothering me. And so and I know that they know about the peace treaty. And so I'm about to go on record and I'm gonna put them all on record so they can I can put them all in dishonor. Since they want to play word games. Since they want to play games, I got some words for them. I'm very quick on the draw.
What is the author of the bankruptcy code manual?
Let's see. You see? Took a screenshot?
Michael, let me write it down. Hold on.
Yeah, Michael J. Halaran.
Yeah. And the other one?
Donna Larson Halaran.
No, the other book, the federal rules.
Oh, you're talking about O'Connor. Yeah, you're talking about O'Connor.
Yeah. Michael C. Smith.
Mm-hmm.
I got that. Thanks, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, man. See, I'm over here. Ain't nothing but law. You know what I'm saying?
I tell you, I got a ton of books, but engineering. I did engineering here. And
got you.
And then, oh man, I need to change to law now.
Well, yeah. You know what I'm saying? I've been in law for 10 years. And so it's like I've been around this stuff. And so it's just easy because I've been in it for so long. Again, it took me 8 years. It took me until last year and coming into this year where my mind got aligned perfectly with exclusive equity.
That's important.
So it's like, so don't feel like, trust me, the only reason I can even express it in the way that I express it, because I've been in this mode for like 10 years almost. And again, this that you see right here, I have this right here. I got about 7 or 8 of these inside of storage full of nothing but paperwork that I done filed over my years dealing with different cases.
Wow.
So I done pushed more paperwork than most lawyers. I done pushed more paperwork than most lawyers. Most lawyers have not done as much paperwork as I have done. Because they got paralegals. I was my own paralegal.
Yeah.
I done motion on top of motion on top of motions on top of, it's like, I done had, like I said, suing the city of Jacksonville, going toe to toe with the lead attorney for the tour of Jacksonville, and making them pay when I was 25 years old. So it's like my confidence was at an all-time high when I was 26. I'm 36. Man, y'all got me messed up. I ain't scared of nobody. I sued the judge in my 20s. You think I'm scared of anybody? Whatever nervousness I had when I was suing the city of Jacksonville. I'm up there watching my back, like, driving, like, because you're suing the city. All right, Tunsill, hey, stay on the post, stay on post. Again, my mentor is a goddamn Vietnam War veteran. Hey, stay on post. Hey, be careful. So you know what I'm saying? I'm not like nervous, but again, he done killed in war, so he got a killer mentality. So he like, hey, stay on post. I know how to operate. Stay on post. Watch behind you. Come straight home. Do this. Don't go nowhere. Why you doing this? Stay this. Don't be in contact with these people. Don't be in contact with these people. Don't do this. Don't do that. I done been through all that shit. And it's like, and so now it's like I got a judge in court right now, and that's in Chicago, in Tennessee. I got goddamn Secretary of Treasury and Pam Bondi in court right now, and I got and I don't breathe like I be forgetting I have them in court. I be so carefree. I don't give a damn. I don't care. Like I'm living in the spirit. You think I care about? I'm not looking behind my back about shit. I refuse. First of all, because that's how you manifest lack. To be in fear and to be worried about whatever. Nothing can happen to me outside of what God has already ordained. Just like he ordained for Joseph to be locked up in prison, whatever it is that he got for me, and that's what I can't change that part. And so it's like now I just like I do what I do, and I'm just like, y'all do what y'all do. I don't care, because it's like I had to come here in Texas, in Grimes County, and when I did all this stuff, I did it on a suspended license. When I did do it, I was in Washington D.C. on a suspended license. Sure it was, and I purposely let them stay suspended just to prove that I was covered by the Spirit to myself. Because I'm like, you know what? Because I'm like, okay, well, you know what? This is a good way to know God is with me. Because I didn't have no status correction on file. I corrected my status with my word. I'm like, nah, this is what I am, and I dare you to say I'm not. Because I'm gonna come with the conviction of God, and I'm willing to give my life. So cross that line. That's how I feel. Cross the line. I don't care. Cross the line. If you really that bad, cross the line. If you really believe what you believe, I'm gonna believe what I believe. So cross the line. So shit, ain't nobody was telling me, ain't nobody pulled me over, ain't nobody harassed me. So whatever. So I'm convicted. Now I'm really convicted.
Yeah. You were born here, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And see that? Serve humanity trust. You know what I'm saying? I wore this all. I wore this in
trust. I see that.
Yeah, that's right. I wore this in Washington D.C.
Yeah. No, I'm not. Let me tell you. I don't have fears. I tell you that. So I don't know what that
now
means.
You just need trust. See, you don't have fear. Now you just need trust. Now you just need to know how to move in honor. So that's all. And so that's what you about to do.
I don't think I need to say what I've done in life, but what I can tell you is I crossed the Gulf in a teeny boat myself. And then I crossed Mexico from Cancun to Tijuana alone. And then
you're a bad man.
I was in jail twice in Mexico, and I got out. That's a long story to tell you how I got out, but anyway. And then I live in California 10 years alone. And then I made myself an engineer. And I'm here.
You run all the games.
Oh, bro, I strip an elephant if he stand in front of me, and I'm on my mission. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah, listen, I feel you.
So I I told you before, I tried to tell you that I was ready to go to challenge any judge on the 14th Amendment. I was so frustrated. I am frustrated. So I found you, and since last week that, I signed up, I've been like the Muslims, counting with my fingers the time for this to come. So now I feel like, honestly, I'm in good hand, and I'm all in right now. I'm like those poker players on the final round. I'm all in completely. Let's see what it's gonna happen.
100%. Oh no, listen, everything happening in divine alignment, everything divine alignment. So I'm gonna do my part. I'm going to deliver. Like I got everybody that I'm gonna send. I got everybody email, and actually I do have everybody email. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put my email in chat, and I need everybody to send me an email. The ones that bought the class, send me an email right now, please.
Right.
And then, and if they already left, I will still send them an email. But just servinghumanity89@gmail. Send me an email. Just say status correction, class, and then that way I'm gonna send you this so I can. Either way, I still got every email I'm sending them, but the point is just send me the email so it can be on my feed.
I'm gonna respond to your email with my number and everything, so you just
And so I'm gonna be y'all just check out for your email between now and the morning. I'm gonna get and then I'm gonna be sending you. It's gonna be files and sections, because it's like we got to go through this so that no one get confused. And so this is more than just, like I said, this status correction course is not. This is the entry. Like the Zoom is just my introduction. The Zoom the Zoom I'm gonna share. The real stuff is about to come through the package. Like, you know what I'm saying? You about to start. So it's like I said, I over deliver. I always over deliver, because you got people out there that this is what you pay for, just the Zoom. That's it. All right, guy, he got done. Man, you crazy? they is crazy. They crazy. They crazy. All right. They delusional in the mind. And so, but yeah,
it's a lot to swallow, but it's doable, in my opinion.
Yeah. Cause I'm right there. I'm on your side. I'm on your side. Hold on one second. All right, guys. Yeah. So let me I need to check on my daughter, because she's been patiently waiting and stuff, and
Thank you, bro.
But hey, y'all enjoyed it. Y'all enjoyed it. Did I deliver?
Hell yeah.
And we ain't even really start. This is like an introduction, man. I'm telling you, I'll be over
just lighting it up.
I'm telling you. So it's like now y'all see that the $500 consideration was like, it was nothing, and like compared to what y'all see that I'm giving, and because I ain't even start giving. I ain't even start giving yet. All right. This is not what the $500 was for. You see what the $500 was for. So I haven't even started giving, so I know I over delivered.
Oh yeah.
So
for sure, bro. Over delivered. Thank you so much.
Ain't no problem. So we locked in, and we about to make it happen.
Thank you.
Hey man, peace and love. I appreciate all y'all.
Peace and love, bro.
Peace.
Yes, sir.